Kicking us off over here today, we have Susanna Hopkins with the Nature Conservancy, who's going to talk to us about some living shorelines. As someone who's been out here on some of these, they're hot, they get dirty, but Susanna does a great job of keeping him motivated and playing some great jams. So we'll get her kicked off and get the session started. Thanks, Susanna.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming. Yes, today I'm going to talk about our large-scale federal grant, which transformed the scale and equity of living shorelines in South Carolina. It's a project that we've been working on for several years now. All aspects of the work are currently still ongoing, and it's making a great impact on the state. So without further ado, so I am the Resilience Program Manager at the Nature Conservancy. This is my team. You probably have worked with some or all of us at some point or another. Dr. Liz Fly is our program leader. She heads up both the resilience and ocean conservation programs at the Nature Conservancy. My colleague, Nicole Pell, is the Marine Program Manager, and she will be speaking later today. Of course, there's me, and then we also have Holly Dyer, who's our Marine Technician. And just a little bit about our focus at TNC in South Carolina. We have many different ways that we're implementing work across the state. Of course, I mentioned the Healthy Oceans and Resilience and Adaptation programs that make up our marine team. And our goal through this work is really these concepts of protecting biodiversity and, of course, addressing climate change. Our stated goal is that we hope that South Carolina is resilient to increasing extremes of climate change, land use change, and other human impacts using nature and nature-based solutions. And really the key aspect of our goals in this resilience work is that we're addressing, of course, ecosystems, wildlife, and these natural systems that are so important in our state, but also addressing the impacts that they have to communities and that communities are actively engaged in the work that we're implementing. And we do that through influencing policy, planning with partners, and implementing projects. Our history, we have been working in the resilience realm for several decades now. Staff at TNC have been at the forefront of living shorelines, study and research and implementation for a long time at this point. But at the beginning, it was all very pilot oriented. We were testing out materials, testing out site locations, figuring out how these nature-based solutions were going to work in our state. And so at the beginning, it was all mostly funded through private funding, corporations and foundations. We built a good amount of reef using a variety of materials and activated volunteer groups across the state. But at some point several years ago in the early 2020s, we decided we really wanted to increase the scale at which we were implementing this work. And we also wanted to ensure there was a way moving forward that the residents of South Carolina had access to these solutions after we had proven that they worked and that they were impactful. So we started looking for some federal funding opportunities. Lo and behold, in 2021, the bipartisan infrastructure bill was signed into law, which dedicated $1 trillion to be put towards infrastructure improvements, specifically around the resilience landscape and habitat restoration. So we pursued a transformational habitat restoration resilience grant through NOAA, which addressed specifically the topics that we wish to impact in the state. And in 2023, we were awarded $6.8 million from NOAA to fund projects upscaling living shorelines and nature-based solutions in the state. And that is what I'm going to talk to you about today. It's a multi-part grant that will run until 2028. And each task in the grant addresses either scale or accessibility and equity in some way. And so I'm gonna just introduce these projects to y'all and then give you some status updates about how things are going. So first we're gonna talk about this Department of Defense living shoreline installation. I'm sure many of you have heard about it, and some of you may have even been out on site with us. As was mentioned, these are hot days in the sun, in the mud, stacking oyster castle blocks to form a reef. This project is located at the Laurel Bay Housing Units at the Marine Corps Air Station in Beaufort, and that's along the Broad River, which is just upstream of the Port Royal Sound. I'm sure y'all are familiar with it, those of you from the Beaufort area. Of course, our project partner is the Marine Corps Air Station, specifically Gary, wherever he may be, is our champion. He helps us coordinate all of these builds on site. As well as Sustainability Institute with Marnie, provides her AmeriCorps volunteers to help us guide and lead these builds. And Robinson Design Engineers helped us permit and design the shoreline. And then, of course, all of the volunteers and members of the conservation community that have helped us work on this up to this point. Project deliverables is 2,000 linear feet of living shoreline installed with associated monitoring reports. At the point that this project was proposed, it would have been the longest living shoreline in the state. I think DNR has us beat now at Paris Island, but still nonetheless very much addressing that upscale of implementation. And as I'd mentioned, the way that we're engaging the community in this piece is through many, many volunteer events to implement this work. Just a little bit of background, of course, we had to permit this. I believe this was actually the first official living shorelines permit that was approved under the new permitting guidelines. And so that was important to us to kind of get that wheel rolling and figure out the permitting process for ourselves. So we went through the series of processes to receive our permits and received those in 2023 before we actually received the NOAA funds. Just a little bit of design for y'all. The project was proposed to be 8 250-foot segments of shoreline reef. And we are using oyster castles, which I'm sure many of y'all are familiar with, placed just at between the low water line and the high water line, and of course allows that sediment to accrete behind, which allows the marsh to regrow, stabilizing the shoreline, which then stabilizes the upland and critical military infrastructure on base. As a progress report, to this date, I believe we have hosted, I think it's actually 11 shoreline builds to date in 2024 and 2025. We have been fortunate enough to benefit from the strength of 485 volunteers and built 825 linear feet of the shoreline at this point. We anticipate to be halfway done in the fall. So looking ahead, we have a few public builds, so please let me know if you would like to sign up. And then we're also doing a corporate outreach as well to have interactions with corporations who support our work and want to come interact with the shoreline. In addition to the builds, we are also fortunate enough to have Sustainability Institute and their AmeriCorps volunteers helping us with monitoring and data collection, which are part of the NOAA Tier 1 requirements. And this gives those Sustainability Institute early career professionals a really good exposure to field work, data collection, monitoring, reporting, and provides leadership skills during the builds. So we're very fortunate to have their help. And then overarching, looking forward, the installation at Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, we hope to serve as a pilot project to continue to work with the Army Corps Engineering with Nature team, and also we hope to continue to work with the Department of Defense in future conservation projects. Now we're going to talk about the Community Assistance Program. Our project partners on that are the South Carolina Office of Resilience, Biohabitats is our consultant, Sustainability Institute, again, to help us with site evaluation. And then we have hosted and recruited this great group of regional ambassadors that serve both in community advocacy positions, environmental professionals, to help us build out this program. The deliverable is we are building a Living Shorelines Community Assistance Program, which will benefit private landowners and communities in under-resourced areas and will help them implement living shorelines on their properties and within their communities. And then we also are developing a how-to-apply guide in case this program should be replicated elsewhere or in case there is interest in the state to pick this up moving forward once the program's been completed. And it's open to all coastal counties. So when we started with this idea, it was really not just how do we implement living shorelines on private properties, but how do we build a program that's accessible, it's easy to interact with, it makes sense to people, it educates communities and landowners. And so it was really more than just, how do we find people that want the shorelines? So we identified this series of steps, and we started with, of course, a working group where we recruited all of these people that we believed were social and cultural experts, technical experts, And we introduced the program to them, and we identified, key technical and social criteria to guide the prioritization of applications, as well as a rubric for how we evaluate the sites that are an opportunity for us to implement this program. We also identified pathways for communication and outreach methods to best reach property owners and communities. So this was a significant step towards the development of this program, and the information that we gleaned during this working group helped us develop these application materials that we are now using moving forward in the program. So we developed a pre-screen application, which is actually now available online through the South Carolina Office of Resilience, and that is where private landowners or communities can log online. They can fill out information about their shoreline, about their property, their location, as well as income to kind of guide that social aspect of the program. We will also be conducting desktop analysis to confirm several of these criteria and make sure that the property is permittable. And then once everything's said and done, we will also conduct site visit evaluations. And so that working group was key to help us develop these documents moving forward. Overall, since this is a community-focused grant and program, and we wanted to, of course, address the scale and, equity and accessibility of these solutions, we are prioritizing applicants who are fitting the following criteria, and that's private landowners on waterfront property who are experiencing shoreline erosion and require financial assistance to address it. We're also focusing on under-resourced communities, small businesses and organizations on waterfront properties, as well as culturally significant sites. Overall, the applications are going to be evaluated on these criteria. Of course, we want to ensure that these properties and living shorelines are in fact permittable, which was the guiding lens behind the technical criteria we are looking for. But as I mentioned, we did want to ensure that this was an equity-focused program. And so we are also asking questions such as household income, number of residents living on site, taxpayer status, and we have a system at which to evaluate cultural, financial, and lifestyle impacts that the erosion may have on the applicants. And it's live. So this is just a sampling of our outreach materials. It's online, we have flyers, we have brochures, it's on the website, it's on social media. I'm sure many of you have seen something about it at some point. I've seen it go around. And then of course, we also have an upcoming webinar on Saturday morning. So if you know any communities or landowners who might benefit from this program, please certainly share that with them. But we're in that outreach phase of the program, and we've already received more applicants than we had anticipated at this point. And moving forward, we are going to begin that application review in September, conduct site visits to confirm eligibility, and then at the beginning of the year 2026, we'll begin that engineering and design phase. So we're really excited about this program. It's new, it's been through the process, and I think it's going to be really impactful. Finally, we have our nature-based coastal resilience implementation plans. And if task 1 was addressing the scale and the size, and task 2 was addressing the equity and accessibility, task 3 is really questioning how can we continue to drive forward these concepts into the future? How can we generate the next generation of resilience work in South Carolina? And so our project partners on that aspect is Jacobs, Weston and Sampson, South Carolina Office of Resilience, and then we have a team of regional stakeholders that we've identified through an equitable stakeholder selection process who are going to help us inform the direction of these plans. So at the end of this project, we will have 3 plans. They will be divided by the north, mid, and south coast. To identify the stakeholders in this process, our team identified basically key community and cultural and environmental professionals and leaders in these regions. And we're going to be bringing them together for a series of workshops that are going to help us inform mapping and prioritization of where and what these projects should be. We're looking for large scale impacts, so something greater than 10 acres. And we're hoping that this will be something that the conservation community can drive forward into the future and that can be really impactful as a way to knit together all of the work that is currently ongoing. And we're also coordinating with the South Carolina Office of Resilience planning to implement this work. And so we will have the plans developed. We will also have conceptual designs for at least one of the large-scale projects for us to be able to drive forward the impacts of this plan. And it is, of course, across all of the coastal counties. To date, we have been working for about a year on all of this, and that required a lot of thinking, a lot of brainstorming within the project team. We had goal-setting workshops, stakeholder engagement, strategizing, stakeholder onboarding, communications plan development, field trips, and a state of the practice analysis, which Kim and her team definitely helped lead us up on. And that was this great overview of all of the plans and ongoing work that exists in the state so that we ensure these plans, they're not rewriting the plans that already exist. They're going to build on those plans and help us figure out how can we find implementable work as a result of these plans and priorities. Looking forward, we're about to host our first set of regional stakeholder workshops for the South, Central, and North Coast. And based on the information we're gleaning from those workshops, we're going to begin modeling, analysis, and prioritization of these areas that we're looking at. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on the equity evaluation, which isn't exactly a task, but it's an overarching theme of the entire grant. Of course, we wanted to speak to this equitable decision-making process. And so through this equity evaluation, we wanted to develop a standardized, equitable approach for how we communicate, make decisions, and develop these conservation programs and projects. And our partners, Jacobs and Weston and Sampson, have helped us develop this evaluation and have assigned individuals to evaluate the development of specifically the CAP and the CRIP tasks to ensure that we're maximizing benefits to communities. And so that's active and ongoing. Every decision that we make, we ensure is informed in this evaluation framework that's been developed. And that's just a way to continue to ensure that we're looking at it through an equitable lens. And that is an update on all of this work. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Yeah, we'll see. So thanks, Suzanne. Does anyone have any questions real quick or? Not? No, so we'll get ready for the next presentation. Thanks, Suzanne. If you get a chance, try to volunteer for one of those builds. It's hot, but it's a worthwhile endeavor, so take a look at that. So next one will start in just a few minutes. That's going to be David Vaughn and Kevin Autry talking about some GIS. Hey, good, and you?
Oh, we're from you.
We'll go ahead and get started with the next session. So next we have David Vaughn and Kevin Autry going to talk about some work they've done with GIS. They are with Clemson University and the engineers for developing communities. So I'll let David go ahead and jump in here.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to turn on my teaching voice. Is this okay? So I've had to learn how to fill up a room. I've also had a lot of students. I had to teach them how to fill up a room. One thing I want to start with is kind of the journey, because a lot of things don't happen all at one time. And so a lot of the work that we do with Clemson Engineers for Developing Communities actually started in Haiti. And so we started doing work with Haiti, actually working with the Episcopal Diocese of Upper South Carolina as a water system. But there were students who were really trying to find a way to give back and basically turn it into a service learning opportunity, really focusing on impact. But the reality is that they learned as they were going, okay? Jeff Plumley is actually now, it's Dr. Jeff Plumley, who's actually the one who started the program. But in 2009 was kind of on this rogue mission to go out there and change the world. Program has kind of grown over time. But the thing is that you had students that were working in the classroom, we had students who were working boots on the ground, and actually out there working in the communities and affecting change. One thing is, when I stepped in, was I came from industry. I'm a professor of practice, so I worked in industry for several decades, and then we were trying to teach in a classroom, and I'm just going to say it failed miserably, okay? So we restructured into a corporate organization where students come in and they're actually starting working out on a working group. If they show promise, they can move to a project manager role. If they continue to show promise, they can actually run the entire program as directors. So literally right now, Kevin and I are up here, but we literally are teaching a summer course right now, which are literally freshmen straight out of high school, hours from high school, getting them ready for this. But the intent is we're trying to give them a way to solve problems in the world and actually get them into the workplace where they can start changing the world. We have one of the few programs that we have participation from every single college. We have up to 37 different disciplines, depending on the semester, and they all end up working together. And so truly, like the real world works, because a lot of times in academic settings, things are in silos, and it doesn't work that well, and that's not the way the world works, okay? But they focus on professional skills, so like leadership, communications, globalization, and this is really things that you've got to do, and this is actually some of the students actually in Haiti doing things, actually installing a new turbine system down there. The reason we do this is that this is what industry is looking for, okay? They're wanting students who can actually do critical thinking, who can communicate very well. And so this is actually our workforce that we do a lot of the work we're going to talk about, okay? We also talk about development. We talk about a lot of the work, like I said, we started in Haiti. We're also doing work in Colombia, Ecuador, and a lot of work here in the United States. And we actually, common language we use is actually Sustainable Development Goals. This is the area where work is in the Central Plateau. And this is actually the old dam. And the old pumping system that had been running for about 30 years, and it was breaking down. And they asked us to come in and actually design. Not only did we design, we literally sent students there who lived in Haiti. We had over 30 interns that went down there to serve for 7 to 12 months at a time. Project completed in 2012, funded by the Episcopal Diocese of Upper South Carolina, $1.3 million. In 2017, it was actually declared as the first and only fluoridated municipal water system in the country of Haiti. And the way they discovered that is somebody was going to give a talk, and they said, well, I'm supposed to talk about microbiology. What do I talk about? I said, talk about cholera. How did it spread across the country? I said, how do I do that? I said, use GIS, and you go to UNICEF, who's got all the maps. And they said, what am I looking for? I said, go look at the maps and then go look at Conch. And she calls me back frantic as Liz Campa, who's about this tall, but very explosive. And she says, David, there's a hole in the data. There's a hole in the data. And I said, what do you mean there's a hole in the data? She says, I've looked at the entire country of Haiti. It's covered with cholera. But in Conch, there's a white splotch. I was like, yeah, because there's a chlorinated municipal water system there. She says, wait, you mean civil investment in clean water prevents disease and saves lives? I'm like, yes. Okay, and it's kind of surprising to hear earlier that we've got malaria now stepping into South Carolina. So this is something we really do need to think about, is how do we stay ahead of these things? Okay, This is actually a water plate where this is the raw water coming into the system, which is around 200 fecal coliforms per 100 bill. And that's actually what's delivered at the fountains every single day. And that system is continuing to run even though the country is pretty much shut down. So the locals are doing it. Okay. The overall program, we do have a lot of academic components. We have operational components. The big thing is engagement and how we actually engage our communities. They operate in classrooms. We have trips, but we also have internships. And the internships have transitioned from having interns working in communities in Haiti to where we've actually had a lot of interns working on our projects across South Carolina. So some more of the interns we've had, we've also been working with USAID, the World Health Organization. But in 2014, we went to Washington, D.C. We gave a presentation to the Corps of Engineers, and they were like, we really like what you're doing. Could you expand your efforts in Haiti? I was like, yeah, but we need more money. Could you go to other countries? I'm like, yeah, but we have to figure out how we get more money. And they're like, could you do it domestically? Could you put students in communities? And I'm like, I think so. So 2017, we actually started our first pilot in Lawrence County in South Carolina, helping them with their hazard mitigation planning. And South Carolina Emergency Management loved it so much, they're like, hey, listen, we've had this issue in South Carolina called flooding in the PD region. Could you help us actually go through and start mapping out where we might be vulnerable? So we actually started a good portion of that project, really looking at the 14 counties over there, and we went through mapping out all the different infrastructure that's there, starting to understand where vulnerabilities exist, and then really create a methodology of how we can go through there and determine, kind of from a screening tool standpoint, what might be vulnerable, where do we need to focus our efforts, where do we need to raise things, move things, whatever it may be. Where am I trying to transition to? Somewhere here? You're good. Okay, we'll keep going. So one of the things we talked about was there's a lot of open source versus closed source data. And the moment that it becomes closed source data, we can't hand it over to communities. So it's okay, we're gonna make sure we're using open source data as much as we can. So we've utilized the FEMA RAP tool. We use a lot of different things. We actually had students out there trying to identify infrastructure and actually, categorizing that. One of the things we discovered is that a lot of the data that we're pulling in, we're all in different formats. So we had to get everything to where it's structured in the same way, okay? But the other one thing is we had to focus on was actually how do we determine what failure is? And so we came up with a methodology, a failure point analysis. So this is actually a hospital. And so we said, okay, if water gets to this point, we're gonna call that a failure, okay? And we did the same type of failure for a electrical substation or a post office or whatever it is. When does this component of infrastructure when is it not usable? So this is kind of what it is. So we really identify what the hazard is. We're looking at flooding. We look at the mode that it would fail. We look at the different assets that are out there. We're using this process we'll talk about a little bit called the IRPF, which is Infrastructure Resilience Planning Framework. That was created by the Department of Homeland Security. And it really walks through a 5-step process and just how you actually do this work. The point is that we go through there and we're actually identifying where it is, what the elevations are. The other thing is we need to create was a digital elevation map for the state of South Carolina. So we now have a digital elevation map, which is, for the most part, 1 meter resolution for the state, okay? That allows us to understand where everything is from an elevation standpoint, and then we were utilizing the FEMA firms. Luckily, we're working with SCORE. They get us the First Streets data, started overlaying those. First batch, I'll say, wasn't as good as the current batch, so the flood models are improving greatly. But we can start to identify very quickly where we might have vulnerabilities, okay? After we went through and did a lot of this work, one of the questions was, and this was going back and forth with South Carolina Emergency Management, how accurate is your data? So we decided to go out there, and they have these things all over the place called geodetic monuments. You can literally go in there and say, is this correct? So we go out there and, we're using satellites, we're using the geodetic monuments, and we find a nice flat piece of concrete, go out there and shoot a geodetic monument, shoot the piece of concrete, and then go back and check the elevations. What we discovered is, for the most part, in Clemson area, we were within, let's call it 4 inches. We went to Georgetown, once again, within 4 inches, okay? So pretty darn accurate. I was telling everybody, I said, man, I'm going to be happy if we're within a foot, okay? Point is, what we've done is we've now shifted the discussion from having to go to the field and having to shoot everything where we can do a lot of work behind a computer. So, desktop assessments. So, some of the results by county, is this where we're trying?
Yeah,
Go,
I can
you pick up from
I
here.
can pick up from here. So,
He gets into the data.
so how many GIS professionals do we have in here? Anybody? Lucas is here. He's using those. So I guess we're the lone people here. So. But when we talk about the PD region study, this is kind of our results when we were first comparing against the FEMA firm maps, the 100-year floodplain, the 500-year floodplain, but also from SCDNR, they provided us with data from Hurricane Florence. So comparing all this, we're identifying, okay, for example, for the county, let's go to the infrastructure results. So when we looked at the data for, let's say, substations, 17 were in the 500-year floodplain according to the FEMA firm map, but when we looked at the Hurricane Florence inundation, 43 actual substations were vulnerable during that event. And what we were finding was, not only was there's a difference in numbers, but the numbers didn't match. So the FEMA firm would identify maybe 5 substations that were vulnerable, but the First Streets data was a separate 5 or a separate 9. So there wasn't any correlation with that data. So we realized that there is discrepancies with the FEMA firm, which I think everybody in here recognizes that. But we took that information, we've given it to SCORE, and now we've got a good collaboration going on with SCORE now, where we're using the First Streets data, and we're starting to look at the roadway analysis for the entire state. So we've completed, and all this is to be used with the HMPs. Yes?
Can I make a comment back on one slide?
Go back one slide.
So we're asking everybody, can we get your data? Okay, one of the things we're looking for was, we need road data, we need bridge data, we need culvert data. Who would I go ask? DOT. What did they say? We don't have it. Okay, Kevin, how did we get it?
How did we get it? Okay, so how we got the data, I think I might allude to that a little bit later on, but the way that we, because we're creating this screening tool, we're taking the publicly available open source SCDOT road data, chopping that up into 10th mile segments. We're taking the open source USGS 1 meter where it's available, sometimes 3 meter of resolution digital elevation models, and we're applying that elevation, the minimum elevation along those 10th mile segments. So now we have a more high resolution view of an area where you can identify where you've got elevation issues that you need to look at. Coupled with now with our partnership with the South Carolina Office of Resilience, now we can look at different flood models from 2, 5, 20, 100, and 500 year flood returns. So now we're creating these data sets for the entire state to identify where we have these vulnerabilities. So that kind of leads to, we finished that study with the Department of Emergency Management, and David's going to jump up and talk about DSR-3P for a second.
I'll keep this energetic, guys. Thank you. So, with the work we're doing with many of the different state agencies, the Corps of Engineers was looking at this, and they're like, listen, we like what you're doing. Could we actually focus on the Savannah River watershed? One of the big questions they ask is, why aren't we doing studies at the watershed level? Okay, and if we go through, and one of the problems I believe that we've seen with the FEMA firms is that they kind of focused on population centers, but it wasn't focused on the entire watershed. And there's a lot of things that happen. We were talking before about, we have a storm comes into North Carolina, well, that water's going to come down through South Carolina, so we just need to plan on that. Oops, that was the wrong button. So this is the IRPF, the Infrastructure Resilience Planning Framework, and I was actually worked with DHS in the development of this. And it really starts out with lay the foundation, which is simple. You work with the community. You understand who the partners are. Who are the different movers and shakers. You've got to start these communications. You've got to figure out what plans they have. a lot of the communities that we're working with are what I would call lower capacity communities. They don't have a lot of capabilities, and so we're trying to figure out how we come alongside them and help them. The other part is that we identify what is critical infrastructure, what are the assets in their community, and how do we map those out? Do we understand what are the vulnerabilities? So flood is the one thing that we've been talking about today. Then we basically smash those together as far as what, flood what are the flood models that we have, and what is the infrastructure or the assets that you're looking at. And then we have a risk assessment where we start to identify what do we perceive as being vulnerable. From there, you develop actions, and then you implement the plans. So pretty simple process. And this is all available, it's online, and they've got a lot of documents kind of go with that. This is what the Corps actually asked us to do. It was a pain in the rear end, but what it really came down to is, what was their mission? And their mission is really focused on, like, for example, the Hartwell Dam, Lake Hartwell. But then we started looking at is that how is this connected to everything else in the community? So whether we're talking about, for example, fish and wildlife management, water quality. And the thing is that what we're finding out is that everything is connected in some way, shape, or form. So we've got to understand how we affect each other. This was actually a very useful tool for us. The next thing that we're looking at is, AmeriCorps. We actually launched our first AmeriCorps program doing resilience work with Clemson. And Jonah was actually in our program from CEDC. He was graduating. He was looking for an AmeriCorps opportunity. I was like, we're trying to hire AmeriCorps. So we got him on there. He actually finished up the program with us next week. So he's been doing this for about 2 years. But it's great having individuals who can interface with the communities, push a lot of the messaging out, bring messaging back so we understand what's happening within the communities. Having this is really critical. One of the things that really kind of came out of this whole discussion was this concept of brain drain. In South Carolina, 37% of our students that are graduating from university are leaving the state of South Carolina. When we're going into our communities and working with them, many of them do not have the technical abilities to continue to implement the things that we're talking about. How do we actually get our technical expertise to actually return home and to continue to help the communities going forward? So it's not going to be just about the technical solutions we're talking about today during this conference. It's about what is the future of South Carolina. And we've got to figure out how do we get our students to return home. Because if they don't, we're going to continue to see brain drain, and we're not going to get smarter. So, full plug there. We also, just over a year ago, we're actually able to implement and create the South Carolina Institute for Sustainability and Resilience. And this kind of like houses a lot of the work that we're talking about as far as what we're doing with the resilience and sustainability at Clemson. So where we're actually seeing a huge benefit right now is how we're actually starting to build bridges with our extension program. We have extension agents across the entire state of South Carolina. The problem is most of them are focused on agriculture. How do we actually start bringing resilience into that discussion and start bringing engineering solutions in the communities delivered through the extension office? That's one thing we're working on right now. So this is one where we went through, and I think one of the most evolved components of our infrastructure is our water and wastewater infrastructure. WIA 2018 was implemented, and this basically made all the municipal water systems report back from a resilience standpoint, how are you doing, okay? So when we were actually working with the Corps of Engineers and working with some of the municipal water systems, they had already done a lot of the pre-work. But one thing is that we took what they had done, took it another step, and was able to walk through them and say, what are you doing about this? How are you handling this? And it actually, they were able to improve some of their plans and build resilience. And I think this kind of goes back to a telltale where we were actually having a discussion with the mayor of Williamston, I believe it was, Rocky. And Rocky's like, listen, he says, you need to understand, I'm the mayor, but I'm the owner of the company down the way. This mayor job is, I'm part-time. Don't send me a bunch of forms to fill out. Don't send me a lot of things to do. I don't have time. My staff doesn't have time. But if you can come in with a checklist and just ask me questions, I'll answer your questions. And I think that's a lot of things that when we start talking about the communities across the state of South Carolina, they don't have time, especially if they think it's complicated. So how do we go through there and rethink what we're doing to where we can actually sit down with them, help them harvest the information, help them communicate back where they can actually focus their efforts. This is actually one of the tools that was highly effective with regard to water and wastewater. Okay? And so,
This talks back to creating our screening tool. So in the Savannah watershed, this is just an example of where we're looking at the wastewater treatment facilities, just doing this desktop assessment using the open source data, quickly identifying for the communities where some of their vulnerabilities are. And this is just from the DSR3P where we were working primarily in Anderson County and then ultimately working throughout the rest of the watershed for the rest of their infrastructure to be able to inform that. But as part of that evaluation, we were looking at the roads. What we noticed is just with using the digital elevation models and the road segments, the digital elevation model from USGS, that's a bearer model. So what that means is any built structure is not represented within that data set. So when we were looking at roads, for example, overlaying it in GIS, you see it dips down into the lake. Well, that's not right, obviously. So we had to come up with another methodology to help fill in those gaps. So what we're using, again, using this open source data from USGS, we took the raw categorized LiDAR data. Now we're able to fill in those gaps by identifying the bridge decks and then creating a small digital surface model of those bridge decks. So now we have a continuous road path with all the elevations for all of the Salkehatchie, because we were working with South Carolina Office of Resilience on that section, but now we're working throughout the rest of the state to fill in those gaps. So we're going to be going into the PD region and then up into the upstate. And as finally, one of the last evaluations that we were performing with the Corps of Engineers project is we were trying to understand the utility networks and then how that interconnectedness happens with the community. So in this example here, we've got a lift station that just happens to be located in a floodplain in Anderson. Poor place. So we identified if, for example, if this lift station were to get flooded, it were to fail, using the GIS network analysis, we can identify that these gravity lines feeding that lift station, that lift station is no longer pumping through the pressure lines that waste out of that area. So now all these census areas are being identified. So this is just, again, part of that screening tool that we've created that we can share with you guys. And then finally, because of the good work we've been able to work with South Carolina Office of Resilience, looking at the FEMA firm maps versus the First Streets data. In this example here, this is the 500 and 100-year floodplain, looking at the FEMA firm maps. But whenever you overlay the 500-year flood return from First Streets, you can see these additional areas are affected. So this is, we've done some work with Lucas, shared some information with them, and we'd like to share this information with you guys as well. So now I'm going to flip it back over to David, and he's going to talk about Resilient South Carolina.
Cool, thank you. So summarizing all this, now we're trying to figure out is now how do we operationalize this? And Resilient South Carolina sounded like a pretty good name. Some people like that. One of the issues we have is twofold we talked about. Is we have aging infrastructure. Sometimes that infrastructure is in the wrong place. We have students who are trying to figure out how to change the world, how to get engaged. And then we have areas across South Carolina that really need focus. So we have high capacity communities, and what I mean by high capacity is if we think at national level, New York, Miami, Dallas, LA, they have money. Okay, they have engineers, they have planners. They can affect change. They're pursuing grants, they're winning grants, they're getting stronger. The problem is in South Carolina, we have a lot of communities that may be lower capacity. So if we're talking about an Allendale or a Bamberg, if you can think of them pursuing a grant and writing a grant and going toe to toe with Charlotte Mecklenburg, what's the chance they're going to win? Probably not. So how do we actually come alongside them and actually help them rise? So you can start to see kind of some of the areas where we need to figure out how do we actually help these areas that are being left behind move forward. SCORE is actually one of the areas that kind of identified this, and where we had, ARPA funds that came available, $65 million came available, and they're ready to distribute those funds. Guys, we've got money, we can make change. Okay, who's got plans? The problem is that a lot of the communities, most all the communities have this thing called a hazard mitigation plan. Everybody know what those are? There's a few of them in the state of South Carolina that are honky documents and look really good. Most of them are a little thin and may not have a lot of things identified in them. And if they don't have things that are identified, we probably don't have mitigation projects that are underway, so we probably don't have something we can ask for money for. So how do we actually go through there and actually help these communities get to the point? Because if they had plans ready, they could have had monies issued. And because they didn't, they were left behind. So how do we take the hazard mitigation plans from the current state to a future state where we actually have these communities ready to receive funds? Clemson University, as many as you know, is a land-grant university. And I'm taking that quite seriously. The fact is that we are responsible for research, education, and service in the state of South Carolina. We still got to get funding to do this. But the point is, we do have a mandate. And we need to figure out how we can actually continue pushing this forward. And our current strategic plan actually backs all this up, where we start talking about, for example, you can talk about experiential learning, and number one, our research, and also service, where we're actually transforming lives. So, dual issue. We have aging infrastructure that's failing. Right now, we're spending about $375 million every year in recovery. It's not sustainable. How do we start shifting this discussion to where we're actually doing work on resilience and preventing us from spending so much money on recovery? How do we get ahead of this and start doing more planning? Then the next thing is, how do we actually engage our future generation? How do we actually get them involved in these projects and actually get them to return home? So that's where we'll start talking about resilience in South Carolina. Oh, too much mic here. What we're really trying to do is sit there and figure out is how do we actually take the best technology we have? How do we pair this up with a platform that can actually service the communities? One of the concepts we're talking about is this concept of an engagement hub. Right now, a lot of the data that, for example, Kevin was talking about, we're working with the Office of Resilience and we're pushing out through that platform. We're also trying to figure out is actually how do we create a ecosystem of data where people can actually go to, gather all that data and bring it together. We're talking about, for example, culverts. They've identified at the College of Charleston over 8,000 culverts that are down there. We're pushing very hard that we need to identify all the culverts in South Carolina. We've got the road elevations now, we've got most of the bridge elevations, culverts need to be next. But we're anticipating that's over 2 million culverts in South Carolina. Someone's got to do the work. And there's no database that we can go to pull it up. So how do we do that? And we really can't do hydrological models until we start to understand what we have on the ground. So kind of moving forward with all of this is, one is you can see some of the things that we did in the Beaufort area, but we're also looking at is how do we help our communities become more prepared? How do we work with the young professionals? But how do we actually prepare our stakeholders in building resilience in the communities? And at the moment, we've got over 270 municipalities across the state of South Carolina. We have a lot of workforce that we're trying to do. I think one thing is really brought up earlier is that if we can go through there and lay the ground in South Carolina, we have communities who are ready, burgeoning, ready to grow. We just got to figure out is that how do we get the right individuals there, the students returning home, and we need to make sure that those communities are resilient. And so right now, like I talked about before, I like picking on Allendale and Cranberry, is that that's great locations to build from. The problem is we need to have a reason for them to go, okay? And this is some of the work that we're kind of working on right now, as I kind of talked about where we started from Haiti, but how we've kind of grown over time to where we're trying to get to a point where we can actually take this on a statewide basis where we have students who are working with communities across the state of South Carolina. Right now, we're working in Anderson and Pickens County at the moment. Point is, we're trying to figure out how we actually bring more benefit. So the intent is, we're trying to get to a point where we actually have interns operating in the entire state of South Carolina by 2030. Oh, this is a process flow diagram. I'll put this in for my boss because he didn't understand a lot of the things until I put it in a process flow diagram. He's, oh, this is how this works. But part of this is just the kind of the life cycle of those students and how they come in the program, how we place them in the communities. And one of the things that we're kind of working on with this is how do we actually work out like a tuition reimbursement program to where, believe it or not, it ties back to Haiti. Any of you who may have read the book Mountains Beyond Mountains about Paul Farmer, he was trying to figure out how do I get doctors and nurses in these communities. Because all of them were going to Port-au-Prince because that's where the money was, that's where I could get a job. And so he would identify the best and brightest in the schools and say, I will send you to school, I'll get you to become a doctor or a nurse, but you're going to serve 2 years back in your home community, and I'll pay for your education. And they did that. They went to their home community, and then they stayed. We've got to figure out is how do we come up with a carrot to get our young folks to return home, help us build resilience. And there's Jonah up there still working. Any questions?
What's the confidence level on your bridge elevations in your digital model?
One, it depends on where the data point is taken, because when we're measuring things at when you're doing the road, you're at the 10th mile segment, so it's somewhere within.
You're looking at the surface elevation
Of the approaches?
Of the bridges, right. So the digital elevation model has the approach. It's just where that data, the raw LiDAR data, where it's categorized as a bridge, is basically the concrete section or whatever.
Right, but so in elevation wise, are you off by a foot, you off by 2 foot, you off by 6 inches?
I would say probably about a foot right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is that what we're looking at is a screening tool that says, is this something we need to focus on? Okay,
Right.
okay, and so if you're high and dry by 30 foot, you're not worried about it.
Right.
If you're down within the 2 to 3 foot range, it's like we might want to go look at that a little deeper. And that's the whole concept, is that
Okay.
same thing with electrical transformer. If it depends on how you set up your parameters, if it comes up yellow, you're like, okay, we probably need to go look at those. Answer your question. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
I guess looking at that data where you were saying what you lined up with the model, coming out of the FEMA models against what actually happened with substation flooding, did you guys look at what caused that? Because what I imagine is it's a failure mode thing, right? So your culvert's blocked, or trees fill up the channel and it backs up water. So did y'all do any of that analysis yet, or were you thinking about
So
it?
there's actually several studies done by some of the national academies, and they're finding a factor of 8 or 9 off on some matters. Some of the things that we are anticipating that we think we've discovered is, one is when you look at the FEMA firms, they're focused on population centers. And so this kind of goes back to when we were working with some of the county officials in Anderson County, and they're like, hey, listen, when can we get better flood maps? Because our flood maps stop right here and there's a straight line and don't go beyond this point. And so beyond this point, there'd be dragons. But the point is, they were never complete. They weren't done at a watershed scale. So now we actually finally started getting them at a watershed scale. The first round of First Streets, I believe, was built on prior maps. The latest ones that we got in December timeframe were done based on rainfall. Okay, and so we have gone through, or Kevin has gone through, and looked at a comparison of the Hurricane Florence versus these, and I'm going to say they're starting to close. So whether the flood map was inaccurate or not by the watershed, somewhere in the middle is that answer. Did I answer your question? Kind of.
There's some other stuff there too, though, right? So I think that's maybe a next iteration.
Oh, it is.
We see studies, we do studies with communities all the time, and they're like, this area's flooding all the time, and we go investigate, hey, the culvert's blocked.
Right, no, and this is where we're trying to figure out how we get to is starting to understand how the community operates, because it's a system of systems, okay? And when we're doing maintenance on the ditches, or we got culverts and we're not doing this, or the culvert was undersized, something's gonna be happening over here because it's gonna be a flood. So, Jim, oh, no. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Way to take data from engineering firms, local communities could actually have the engineering drawings for the bridges. And then also to go back and look at some of those may have been built, the design work may have been done on the 29 datum versus the 88 datum, making a correction for that. Can you do that? Because that gets you down to a much higher resolution than, you know, what you might find.
Well, and the one of the things that, and Kevin, I'll let you give the better answer. When we were asking the questions about the data and everything with the Department of Transportation, they're like, hey, listen, we have the database of all the bridges. Would you like to go through and pull all that out? And I'm like, that would take me 10 years to pull up every single bridge drawing.
Student interns.
I meant 10 years of student interest. So what we're trying to do is literally go through there and use our screening tools as much as we can to kind of do this. The problem is that some of these things, for example, like the bridges, that's about 1.5 petabytes of data that we've been wrestling to get those answers. But my point is that even though we may have a data point, we're still just trying to use it as a screening tool to say, we need to dig deeper here. Go ahead.
No, that's what was gonna be my point is, you know, again, this is a screening tool, this is just the high level desktop assessment to give, not to Beaufort or, you know, any of these other larger capacity communities, it's the smaller communities, you know, the Barnvilles, you know, all these other small areas, but they don't have that infrastructure within themselves to be able to do
You
that.
gotta deal with what you can get.
Right, you deal with what you got, same screening tool, then you talk to them, you know, about what ground truth is. And, you know, okay, hey, we got this drawing, you know, just like when we were talking about Williamston, we were talking with them about their sewer system. Well, their sewer map was a guy that's worked in the utility department for 50 years, and he's retired. So you have to go, you know, pick him up, take him to Hardy's Big Biscuit, and then go out and find out where the lines are.
Guys, you're laughing, but that's, so many communities are that way.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, in Central, where I live, I mean, they finally got him to sit down and tell everybody they put it on the map, so it's all good. Any other questions or comments?
So does the map include local roads, or is it just state roads, state-owned roads?
So it's the SCDOT data set. So I think they've got the highway data, there's two data sets. It's the highway data set and then the other roads data set, which includes, and it's, I mean, they keep it fairly current, but, you know, the data that we're working on, I think is from last year, is the most recent data set I'm working on.
Yeah, and I think the big picture is that we're kind of on this pyramid of data. And once you get down to this level, you can't see the forest from the trees. So we're trying to figure out how do we raise it up where we can start to identify where we need to focus our efforts, and then where we need to get our engineering drawings and then drill down. Okay? Any other questions? Comments? Blank checks? No, darn it. Okay, I'm good.
Well, thanks to David and Kevin, we actually got a little bit of a break now for the next session. It's gonna be at 10:50, so we've got about a half hour there, so.
Really know
this room into the Clemson track, I guess. So
Go Tigers.
next we have Dr. Sarah Wachowski with the Clemson University Baruch Institute, and Beatrice Calhoun with the Stormwater Agent for the Clemson Extension. Going to talk about some rainwater cisterns. So turn it over to y'all. Thanks.
Thank you. And before Bea begins her part of the presentation, we do want to acknowledge our litany of co-authors because they are vital to this project. Doctors Amy Scroney and Dr. Stephanie Whitmire, PhD candidate Morgan Chaudhry, Water Resources Agents Samantha Porzeltz and Catherine Watts, and certainly, but not least, North Carolina Water Resources Agent Mitch Woodward, who's the creative genius behind the release mechanisms that we'll be talking to you about today. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bea. Thank you.
All right, as stated earlier, I'm a water resource agent for Charleston County, the Tri-County area, and then I'm also Ashley Cooper Stormwater Education Consortium, a very long word, but I'm a co-coordinator for that group as well. And that's a collective group of municipalities and other educational groups to form outreach and education for them and present it to the group. All right, so I will be focusing on rainwater harvesting for homeowners. And I know my audience is not quite homeowners, so I'll be talking in the perspective of if a homeowner is trying to receive rainwater harvesting, asking questions about it, and how to approach talking and discussing rainwater harvesting, because it could be something completely that they don't understand and a friend just told them about. So the first question I usually get, because we're getting a lot of people in Charleston who are out of state, their question is it legal for me to collect rainwater harvesting? And in South Carolina, it is legal and it is strongly encouraged. Meaning of that is because South Carolina, is usually labeled one of the top 10 to get a lot of water, especially during the summer months. Hurricane season. So that's why we're kind of a little bit more encouraging of rainwater harvesting to help our municipalities out on dealing with rainwater management on personal property. So if you don't mind, answering some questions for me, because I like engagement. Impervious areas is the part that we focus on when we're trying to think of collecting rainwater harvesting. So in these two images right here that you see, I would like for anyone in the audience to tell me where are the impervious areas. And it may not depict where you can see, kind of use your imagination if you know of some others. So if anybody would like to take a shot at it. Yes. Driveway, yes, we got one right there. The road, yes. Rooftops, anyone else? Yeah, so those are the key ones. The rooftops is the one we focus on the most. But those are the key ones. You can also think of, let me pull up my full list. You can think of the sidewalks that's in front of your road. You can think of your backyard patio, if it's depending on how it's laid out. That is also impervious area. And your pool, too, is considered an impervious area because it's already got water in it. So now you put more water on top of that. There's nowhere for that water to go. So those are the things that we try to speak to a homeowner about when they're approaching how to manage stormwater on their property. Think of how your water is going to flow. And sorry, I have a oopsie on this that I didn't move this calculation over to that side to get that total amount. So if you use your imagination yet again and move that over. But when we are calculating rainfall, we usually use a 1-inch rainfall event to give us a baseline of what we're going to be capturing in certain areas. And then we use this 0.623 gallons to multiply by the square footage total that you would have from that 1-inch rainfall event to get how many gallons of water will be coming off a certain area. Now, something that you see on the rooftop is that it's not all flat. So we can't just say, this square footage is going to be this. You will have to measure where the peaks are dropping down at for which type of rain barrel sizing or cistern or catchment system you're going to put in that area. And in some, with all homes, Some areas are more impactful than others. So if you're seeing one area where the water flowing off of one side is not so damaging to the property, you might shy away from that area. But if you see another area where sediment's moving and things like that, then we focus more on that to add some type of harvesting system to slow that water down. Any questions on that before I go to the next slide? All right, so what can your rain barrel help you with? And I'm only focusing on rain barrels because Sarah's gonna go to the next level when we get to that point. But your rain barrel can help you with a lot of things. So first thing that I talked about previously in the last slide was reducing erosion. The example that I have in that image, it might be hard to see, but this is my house. I have a landlord, so he wasn't always on board, but when I showed him what it could do, he was like, oh, I got it. So he had a peak of the roof that kind of divvied in like this, and so the water was channeling in hard in this area and digging up sediment and digging up the grass in this area. So I just told him, well, let me simply just put a rain barrel there to slow it down, rebuild it, flatten it up where it needs to be, and then you won't have that issue anymore of having to maybe deal with foundation issues under our deck. After I implemented in, build up the sediment and set it flat, that area no longer has sediment moving from that location. So that's one way that you can use it. Another way that it can help is what we focus on the most is improving water quality. So slowing down of that water, the key to rainwater harvesting is using the rainwater harvesting. So if you harvest it, so like the definition of harvesting is collecting and storing, but the key after you stored is to use. So we are slowing down that water so it can be used, but then infiltrated in a place where it can be filtered or it can take out all those pollutants. Your rooftop is the rooftop hangout club for squirrels, birds, anything up there, and they hanging on a high level, and in our high heats, all that is cooking and baking up there. So when the rain actually comes down, you're getting a nice little souffle of whatever was up at the top of your roof, and that can go straight into our water quality and cause bad problems for us. So slowing that water down, intentionally putting that water in a place where it can be infiltrated is always key. And then another area that we look into is improved water usage. So I don't know about you, but watering your lawns, watering your shrubs, watering all those cut flowers, we try to shy away from edible garden. Like I said, your rooftop is a hangout zone for things, so we try to shy away from edibles. But when you're watering that takes money if you're pulling that water from your home. So if you're able to collect that water, collect it at a decent time and use it for those types of purposes, whether connecting it to an irrigation system or manually doing it, that'll help improve your water usage and reduce how much you're using inside your home. And another thing that happens a lot, even with a light rain in the Tri-County area, is pooling of water or having puddles of water in your yard. So we can also look into that as well, of navigating your yard when we do a site visit to see where that water is coming from and see how we can solve that issue by adding in a rain barrel or a cistern, or even some things that we call as a treatment train, which is an added addition of a rain garden or something of that sort to help with that pooling. The example that you see, these two examples at the end, is a park in downtown Charleston that was having that pooling water issue. And even though in a light rain they still have that water issue, but it's not as extreme as before. And what they've applied is a cistern in the back that has a pump system. And when that cistern fills, that's this picture right here, it can flow into that rain garden that it has there if it's overflowing. So it's a treatment train approach. So the next thing is what a homeowner may ask me is like, how can I do it? What should I do to get this system to help improve my management of water on my property? So you can do two ways. You can have a DIY rain barrel, and that is using a pickle barrel or a soda barrel of some sort, and fitting that into your home space, or you can get some that are designed already. You can have them to 50 and 100 gallons, and when it gets beyond that, you can either daisy chain them, and that is connecting the barrels together to get more capacity, or you can go to the next level of when you're working with cisterns, and those are larger systems, so you have to kind of think of how you're gonna place that system in your home. If you got a 2-bedroom home and you got a giant cistern, I don't know how that looks, but you figure it out. So the key things you must have for both or all practices is a way to screen out mosquitoes. So you need some form of screen, either on your DIY barrel or a barrel that you buy, so make sure to pay attention to that. You must have a way to use the water, because the key is using the water. So whatever you do to connect your water system, don't overcomplicate it. Keep it simple so you can use that water. If it's something overcomplicated and you're out of town and you got, if it would probably be my son, and I'm like, I want you to use this water, it's overflowing, make sure it does what it does, and it's too complicated, he's not doing it. So keep it simple. Another thing is make sure you have an overflow system so you don't overfill your barrel and cause issues or any injuries or things of that nature. And then make sure that your rain barrel is not transparent in any kind of way. You don't, I know like some of the pickle barrels and the soda barrels might come in that, it's not quite translucent, but it's that white color. That can cause algae if sunlight is directly in it. So you want something that has a color to it to prevent that algae issue that you can have. And you can get as creative as you want. I want to paint the cistern that we have for some of the examples, but I'm trying to get the time to do so. And another thing is securing it. Make sure you secure your rain barrel, because if 50-gallon rain barrel, if it's filled to the brim, that's 400 pounds. So that can be something that could be damaging if you have a kid that bumps into it, riding their bike, anything like that. Make sure it is secure and you have a lid on it for anything that might crawl in, raccoons, inside of any kind of way. So those are the things you must have when you're using a rain barrel. And then here's some examples of placements. Rain barrels, the way that I mostly speak to homeowners about it is, what is your goal? I always ask them that first. It could be their goal is they're trying to save money, or their goal is, my neighbor got one and I thought it was cool, and so I got one too. You know, when you ask that question, that gives you the understanding of what they're trying to do with that approach. Then you can help them with placements. And then you're like, well, do you have a gutter system? No, I don't have a gutter system. Well, where's the water flowing the most with whatever goal you're trying to do? Well, we can try a rain chain. We could try different options. It's very, very flexible. But whatever you install, make sure you're prepared for if a hazardous weather event happens. So for example, a rain chain, if you connect it to your rain barrel, make sure that rain chain could either break loose or is not attached to something structurally strong. Because like I said, it could be 400 pounds. So if the rain chain is locked in on that corner part of your house, and then it's locked in on this rain barrel, and that rain barrel tips, you best believe that's gonna pull the rest on that corner of the roof. I don't know what all damage it could do, but it could cause some damage. Another example is the treatment train that I spoke of earlier. There's a cistern in the back, if you can see right there, and it is flowing its overflow area into a rain garden right here. So that's another way that you can have it. And there is the way to keep out leaf debris and mosquitoes. Is hard to see, but at the top right there, there is a leaf litter guard that has a mesh screen, and that's the key things that you need to have is a way to keep mosquitoes out and keep litter out. Because you can't get inside that to clean it up the way that you want to clean it up. And then another one is the one that we typically kind of advertise. This is a partnership that I have with Rainwater Solutions. It's a company up in North Carolina that creates this rain barrel that you see right here. And it has everything that comes with it that you need, and it is HOA approved. That is another thing that you have to look into too. We may not have rules and regulations as a state, but homeowners associations possibly may have rules within their association. So check into that, show them pictures of this or the idea that you have to make sure it's cleared through your homeowners association. And it's not shown in that image, but make sure you secure it as well. And that is the typical setup. It is a gutter system that is cut off and flowing right into that rain barrel, which is the easiest way, I think, that you can connect the two together. All right, so Sarah, take it over.
Thanks, B. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so B, I thought, did a great job of introducing rainwater harvesting, and you all are really smart individuals, so you can probably see some problems with rainwater harvesting. If there isn't a demand to use the water, people are most likely not going to empty their tanks to make sure that rainwater harvesting systems can actually function as a stormwater BMP, and they instead become flow-through systems. So what do we do about that to make them so that they can become stormwater BMPs? And this is where the creative genius of Mitch Woodward comes into play. So I cannot take credit for these release mechanisms. And so what he came up with is something called passive release or passive drawdown. And what this simply is drilling a hole into the side of your tank that allows you to draw down water in between storm events so that you have storage available for your next storm event. We call it passive release or passive drawdown because it sounds a lot fancier than saying just drill a hole in the side of your tank. You know, and you can charge more money for it because who doesn't want to do that, right? Except Clemson doesn't do that, I promise. So how this works is that the passive release separates your tank into a detention or drawdown volume and a retention or harvestable water volume. And you can set the passive drawdown wherever you want based on how much water you want to have available to harvest and how much water you want to draw down. Another way you can think of this is like the passive drawdown functions like a normal pool or permanent pool orifice for a wet pond, because that's essentially what rainwater harvesting is. It's a self-contained wet pond on the surface. Now, you all are really smart individuals, and you're probably like, wow, this sounds really great because you can kind of take out some human interaction with the system, outside of maintenance, of course. But this system is reactive. As soon as the water starts to fill up in the tank, it starts to immediately start to draw down, which means we are causing runoff during storm events. So we're not capturing the full storm event during the storm, and so we're actually contributing runoff. Is there something that we can do about this? And there is. But before we get to that, I forgot that I have a really cool slide showing the actual how we construct the passive drawdown. So it involves a lot of plumbing. B is a much better plumber than I am. My plumbing skills and we're getting there. This is Mitch Woodward in his finest. And basically what Mitch came up with is he came up with the idea of, instead of drilling the hole, which is about 1/8 of an inch in size, so the first pine needle or June bug that ends up getting past your filter, which it always happens no matter how hard you try, it's gonna clog your orifice. So what he came up with is this idea of using these bushings and couplings to step down from different sizes into your 1/8 inch orifice. And what you do is at the end of this pipe, you put in a filter that helps to screen out any sort of debris from getting into your orifice. And so a lot of plumbing is involved in this, so it's not necessarily the most intuitive to homeowners. The idea is, but the construction of it isn't, which is why B and I, along with our co-authors, are actually putting together a user's manual on how to not only size tanks, but also install passive release. And we're hoping to be able to encourage rainwater harvesting throughout the state, not just for rain barrels, but also this passive release. And so anyways, getting back to the problem with passive release of, well, it draws down during storm events, so we're causing runoff. What can we do? Well, there's another release mechanism, and I call it the typical release mechanism because it's also known as real-time control. And how this works is it's basically a software, usually proprietary, that talks to the National Weather Service. And what it does is it predicts how much runoff is going to occur and then it uses real-time monitoring data within the tank to say, okay, how much storage do I have available within the tank? Do I have enough storage available for the amount of runoff I'm expecting to have? If I don't, it then tells this automated valve to open up the tank, and it draws down the tank until it has enough storage available for the next storm event. So it solves that storage issue to where we're not contributing runoff during the storm event. couple problems with this. I say problems, I should say perks, challenges. I like challenges. Thank you, challenges. I like challenges. Is that if you wanted to have water available for harvesting, you don't have a consistent volume available for harvesting. The other challenge is that this is usually a proprietary system that tends to be pretty expensive. It's not very intuitive for homeowners. So if you're trying to target homeowners, increase resiliency across the state, also too for commercial property owners, you know, it's not wonderful. So this is where Mitch got really creative. And what he decided to do is he decided to combine the two release mechanisms into one. And what he did is he installed a solenoid valve on the passive release that's wired to a rainfall sensor and a soil moisture sensor from typical irrigation parts. Thank you, I'll speed up. And so what we do is the rainfall sensor closes the solenoid valve and says, okay, close the passive release. The soil moisture sensor opens the solenoid valve when the soil is able to infiltrate the water, which is a pretty cool concept. Don't ask me how it's wired. He told me there was a flux capacitor involved. I believed him. And he was like, okay, kid, you need to go back to school, or maybe not go to school. And so you're probably wondering, okay, there's a problem here with this. You're not draining down the tank enough to have enough storage available, and you're keeping the tank closed. What are you gonna do? Is there a chance for overflow? And the answer is yes, there is a chance for overflow. How much overflow? We don't know, which is why Clemson is studying this, and we have two systems at the Baruch Institute in Georgetown that we are studying. And because of the sake of time, I was gonna talk about how we size these systems, but I wanna get to the data because the numbers are really cool. But basically, we, as you all know, rainwater harvesting is not in our design manual. So I looked at other states. North Carolina had the best design recommendations. You have to capture 85% of the average annual runoff to be considered a stormwater practice. And you need to use this really cool rainwater harvesting tool called Rainwater Harvester 5.0, which I also happen to help update, no bias there. Access to the tool, it's a QR code. You can also email me for it. So I tell you all this is because our tanks are slightly oversized because of issues due to freight and cost. So I say this because I think it's benefiting our tanks. So to the data. This is a graph of the water level in our tanks for passive release. So this is just the tank with the hole in the side and the fancy plumbing, and it draws down. And what you're looking at here is the response of the water level in regards to rainfall. So the peaks you see are when a rainfall event occurs and then the drawdown occurs. So I don't have rainfall plotted because then the graph gets really messy. The red dashed line that you see is where our passive drawdown occurs. So really nice to know that our plumbing is working, our tank isn't leaking, so yay, points for us. And the blue dashed line represents where our overflow occurs. And you'll notice we've only had one event occur where we've had overflow, which I think is wicked impressive considering we've had 75 storm events that have caused our tank to fill up with water. We've had a 99% capture efficiency. We are slightly oversized, but not by much. And our total volume drained is over 11,000 gallons of water, and we've only been monitoring since September. Our total overflow volume is only about 130 gallons. It takes the tank about 50 hours to drain down, which is really good. It takes a couple days is what we want, so we get a nice slow release, so we're not overwhelming our systems, so it's a low impact development practice. Pretty excited about that. And our drain rate is about 6 gallons per hour. So again, we're slowly releasing that water. Now for the active release system, you're looking at the same thing. What I want to point out real quick is you'll see this straight line here in the data. That is due to the fact that our data logger decided to malfunction on me and caused us to lose some data. So that's why the data is a little weird. But what I want to point out is you notice the delays in the water level. So we get an increase in the response of the water level. That's the rainfall, and then it flattens out, it tables out, and then it starts to drain down. That's our active release system working. That's the soil moisture sensor and the rainfall sensor saying, hey, it's raining, close the passive release, and the soil moisture sensor saying, hey, the soil can't infiltrate the water. This will cause runoff. So our system is working, which I think is, okay, I'm really excited about it. So humor me and just be like, yeah, that's cool, Sarah. Thanks. And what I'll also point out here is that we do have some more overflow occurring, but It's mostly occurring during the summer where we have back-to-back storms. And our average delay, so the amount of time that it takes before the tank is allowed to drain, is about 24 hours, which I think is pretty good for this tank considering that it can't release the water. It's the only way to get rid of the water. It's delayed by a day. So basically, this is all to say that the tank is working pretty well, and its capture efficiency is about 80%. So not too bad. So preliminary conclusions is that both tanks are working well. They appear to be great stormwater management practices. We're going to monitor for another year. We're also going to collect water quality data. I'm hurrying up, Brian, I promise. And we're going to see how well they work in terms of removing pollutants, because as Bea mentioned, rooftops are a favorite hang-up spot for sources of bacteria and other nutrients. I do think rainwater harvesting is one of the few practices that does benefit from being slightly oversized. They are installed typically in really urban areas where you can't put in other types of stormwater management. So being a little oversized, you get some more benefit to them. And we know that active release is not intuitive for homeowners. We don't expect this to be installed everywhere, but we do think that it is a cool product. And if people are interested, we're happy to talk to you about it. These are the references that were cited in the paper, or the presentation, I should say, and then here's our contact information if you'd like to learn more about it. And thank you all for being here today. We really appreciate it.
Any questions for Sarah or Beatrice?
Blew your mind with all those numbers, didn't we? You're just like, that delay, Sarah, that was just incredible.
Okay, I'll ask you one.
Yes, ma'am.
With the mention of, okay, we just have a lot of grit, trash, whatever, stuff that's coming off.
Mhm.
Are you seeing in your hydrologic performance that you're getting sediment buildup that's not flushing out of your system? Does that affect it at all? Or are you?
We have not seen any buildup yet. We have filters that I clean every time it rains. And so that's definitely helping, but I think over time that we'll need to flush out the tanks. But so far, knock on wood, we're doing okay. It helps that we have, the rooftop is made of metal, so we're not dealing with shingles. But in our manual, we're gonna talk about how you should place your tank and what you should do for maintenance. So we're very big believers in maintenance, and so that will also be in the manual, because we know we get one shot at this manual, so we're gonna go nose to tail on what you should do. But as you can see, the pass release is working quite well. I think very well. Granted, the system is a little bit oversized. It's 87% instead of 85%. But, 2%, not a big deal. In tank sizes, you can only buy tanks in certain sizes. And so we needed 2,000 gallons and we ended up with 2,100 gallons. So we paid for an extra 100 gallons. So, if anyone's interested in it, let us know. We're the champions of rainwater harvesting, and we're hoping it stays.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Kudos for studying it. I know that there's one in Auburn, where my mom lives, in the park there, where they use it to feed their pitcher plants. They have a collection of endangered pitcher plants in order to keep water through the system.
We did all of the plumbing to be able to put in a pump to be able to use the harvested water to wash off our boats that we take out into the swamps and things like that. So the water will be used. The problem is that we were put on financial constraints, and a pump for rainwater harvesting was low on the priority list. So eventually the harvested water will be used that we'll be able to take into account for usage. So they are going to be multi-purpose, but from a research perspective, we're trying to see okay, how much worse is the active? And so far, it's not terrible. So, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Beatrice. we're waiting for our next presenter to come in. So if you got more questions, we can take more questions. If not, the next session will begin in a few minutes. I guess we're waiting for the other one to get finished over there, so. Is a past president of Lowcountry Branch of APWA and was one of the conference organizers and got the opportunity to speak also. So, Mark?
Well, good afternoon, and I know that I'm in front of lunch, so I will be as quick as possible, for my own sake, if nothing else. So, climate change is a big topic, and that's pretty much what this whole conference is focused on. The two main things that people tend to talk about all the time is sea level rise and plastic pollution. Well, I don't really know much about plastic pollution, but sea level rise, that's something I know a little bit about. Now, on our big blue marble that goes around the sun, there's a lot of things happening, and climate change is affected by some of these things. There's a lot of external forces that we have no control over. Volcanoes, asteroids, and I like to point out that was a very near miss. It almost hit the visitor center. But there's also some things that are going on that we can control. Let's talk about environmental preparedness, okay? That's basically what resilience is for an engineer. We understand emergency preparedness very well, so let's equate all of the green things to environmental preparedness. It makes it easier to understand. We have resiliency, which is the ability to come back from some event, whatever that event may be. But we also have sustainability, which is reusing our resources in a manner that ensures that we still have those resources down the road. Oversimplification, but I'll get even simpler. Resiliency, ability to recover from adverse event, resistance to flooding, resistance to natural disasters, resistance to economic events, something that we don't always think about. Community strength and coherence, and strengthen the infrastructure with environmental solutions. Sustainability, continue to use and grow infrastructure in communities while reducing resource consumption. Reduced and renewable energy use, recycled materials, use of natural solutions, and highlighting the environmental infrastructure. Well, we used to have an old paradigm. Now we don't. It used to be that the engineers, they wanted the hard solutions to problems. Resource consumption, waste production, fix the problem that is handed to them. Value engineering to save money, and we are the hardscape experts. Whereas the environmentalists, they want soft solutions to problems. Resource preservation, waste reduction, research to find the problems, science to find the solutions, expensive solutions, and they're the landscape experts. Let's look at the new paradigm. Engineers and environmentalists working together. Who'd have thought? Study the problem, consensus solution, the right problem and the right solution. And I'll talk about that a little bit later, but basically you have to identify what the real root problem is if you're going to get the right solution. Hardscape and landscape, reduce waste, reduce resource consumption, natural ways to absorb and resist adverse events, reusable and renewable resources, long-term solutions, and reduce costs with construction, maintenance, and replacement. Those last two are things that we don't usually think about, the maintenance costs of our structures and the replacement costs, because even a road needs to be replaced. Dams need to be replaced, things like that. So let's talk about environmental preparedness as preparing for environmental emergencies. All right. Public Works as environmental first responders. Now, it was mentioned that I am past president of the Lowcountry APWA, and that's what this was kind of geared towards. The APWA has a big push on lately to have Public Works, and that includes engineering and facilities, to be recognized as first responders, because as my son told me one time after watching one of those Marvel movies, and I'm like, who's gonna clean up that mess? Public Works, Daddy. So we show up even before the fire truck sometimes because we know the road is washed out. That would be a road that is not very resilient. That is a road that is resilient, and I can tell you that we have several roads like this that we're going to try to make into that here in Beaufort. Nature-based solutions. Now, a lot of times, here's where the engineers get very scared because it's high dollar. A lot of infrastructure has to be put in under the ground that people don't see. They end up seeing this. Well, there are ways to do these things that are more affordable, and it's a long-term solution, whereas, putting in undersized pipes, 30, 40 years ago, that wasn't so good now, and we have to come back and do something else. Now, one of the most important aspects of engineers and environmentalists working together for environmental preparedness is stakeholder engagement, early and often, and identify the right stakeholders, okay? And by that, I mean not just the people who are the utilities, the first responders, as in the fire and rescue, all of that stuff. That's stuff we think about all the time. Also think about who's using this, who's going to be using this, what sort of people come to the area during the year, okay? Is there a festival, that happens in the spring and another one in the fall? Get those people together too, because they're using the space. Also, you have to worry about engineering to find the right solutions. And I have found that if you get the right people together, even if you think that they might have just a little bit to do with it, they think outside the box. Neighborhood usually wants a speed hump, all right? I don't know how many of you have to handle residents that they're speeding down my road, they're flying. I had one neighborhood on James Island that I said, well, that's really good because back in the 1920s, there was an airfield in your neighborhood. So, but what the neighborhood really needs is a lower speed limit. That's probably from Seabrook Island. They have strange speed limits. So, resiliency and sustainability, I touched on this earlier. To the engineer, it costs a lot, or it takes a lot of time. And to the environmentalist, it's green, it's natural, yay. But what we need to be thinking about is, again, going back to environmental preparedness, mitigating these environmental hazards. We're seeing rain bombs, we're seeing flooding that we didn't have, we're having erosion on the coast. There's all of these things that we have to work together with the environmentalists to get the solution. And the environmentalists have to work together with us to actually get these things constructed. So I'm going to quickly go over a case study. It takes place in Anywhere, South Carolina. It's a nice little town outside of Marion. What we have going on in Anywhere, South Carolina, on Main Street, this is a 150-year-old farming community. New industry just moved outside of town. It was the Beaufort Tools, I believe. Downtown needs to be revitalized. You've got some new shops coming in and things like that, but old storefronts. Several annual festivals, including the world-famous Boll Weevil Festival. And the streets flood in now common heavy rains. And there are a few empty buildings across from Town Hall that the mayor wants gone. They are an eyesore. So, mayor wants to deal with the flooding in the rundown central business district, so he gathers the usual suspects, Public Works Director and Parks and Rec Director. Our Public Works Director, he wants to upsize the existing drain pipes, repair the sidewalk, repave the road, new streetlights and signage, and paint Town Hall. Whereas the Parks and Recreation Director, he wants new landscaping at Town Hall, plant streets in the sidewalks, and demolish the building across from Town Hall to build a new park, because that's what he does. So, getting the stakeholders together, they brought in the Chamber of Commerce and the residents. Both plans are presented, picked apart, discussed, suggestions are made, but there's no real consensus of what to do. Everybody's going that way. So, what does the mayor do, being a brilliant guy? He hires super good engineers. I think we've all worked for those at one time or another. What they're given as a scope is plan the refurbishment of Main Street corridor in the business district to reflect the growth and community needs of Anywhere and to allow for future growth in an environmentally friendly way. Also take care of the flooding issues without an expensive new system. So, what does super good engineers do? Stakeholder involvement, and they realize you have to get everybody. So they get the local residents, the Chamber of Commerce, local industry managers, they get the guy who's running Beaufort, neighborhood leaders, the festival organizers, Boll Weevil guy, and there's also a farmer's market that is happening in the town, and they get the organizer for that together as a stakeholder, okay? See how we're meshing all of the people who use the area together. So, they engineered a resilient and sustainable plan. Let's take a look at this. Main Street is narrowed by eliminating on-street parking, increases sidewalk width with a new bike lane. They put in tree trenches and bioswales along the sidewalk. Tree trenches are really cool. I only found out about them last year. New decorative signage and solar-powered LED lighting. Demolish the eyesore building and clear the land for an open green space park that can accommodate the farmer's market. 2 other vacant buildings behind Main Street are removed for parking for shoppers. Permeable paving using salvaged bricks from the buildings and tree islands were incorporated for stormwater control. See, we're reusing the materials. We're not just throwing everything into a landfill. We're reusing what we have. Chamber of Commerce arranged a grant from the local industry from Beaufort to repair and paint the storefronts. Neighborhood groups volunteered to provide the ongoing maintenance for the streetscaping, because somebody has to take care of the trees. And salvaged materials from the demolished buildings were used to construct a small gazebo and bandstand in the park. Very popular. So, getting close to the end of this, so y'all will be out a little bit sooner, which is good because I'm getting hungry. How do we do that as engineers and environmentally friendly people? Well, you partner with other professionals. These are just a few of the ones that I think of all the time down here on the coast. And if you happen to be from upstate or even another state, I'm sure you can find like groups in those areas. The main thing is stakeholder involvement from the beginning. Very key. Choosing the stakeholders, consider which groups use the area and live and work in the area. Think of all the people who may use the area at different times of the year. Include the technical stakeholders with the community stakeholders. Together, they will make new ideas. It's really true when you get the two groups of people together, especially the community members that are the loudest that come to the council meetings, and you guys don't know what you're doing, it'd be better to do it this way. Give them a seat at the table. Have them come and present their ideas and talk with the professionals, the engineers, and the other professional environmentalists to see maybe that idea doesn't work, but we can adapt it. We can do this. Not only do you get a good solution that's out of the box, but they can't really say anything negative down the road because they help formulate the plan. Yeah. I remember the Odd Couple TV show. Yes, I'm that old. And one time they had a character on there, and he was always a troublemaker, and they gave him a whistle. So if you got a troublemaker, give him a whistle, you know? It shows them that they have a little bit of power. Give them a voice. So with that, any questions? Well, thank you. And I will say this, that was the fastest I've gone through that, because I did it up in Spartanburg last month, and it was about an hour. So, thank you.
Mark, I think I just put food in there too. The only thing you left out anywhere, like grow gardens, urban gardens.
Well, thank you, Mark. So as he mentioned, it's now getting close to lunchtime. The boxed lunches will be on a table in the back of the next room, and then you can grab that and take it to the cafeteria and the seating there, or really wherever you want. So I guess for that, we'll break for lunch. Thanks, guys.
South Carolina Office of Resilience. Coming today to talk about building statewide resilience. So we have Lisa Falta, Felicia Lewis, Karen Hardison, and Hope Warren from SCORE. So I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start us off before handing it over to get into some program details from the rest of our team. My name's Hope Warren. I'm the Strategic Communications Director at the Office of Resilience. And today we're going to go briefly over who SCORE is. Happy at some audiences, there's not as many people that know who we are, but in this audience I see a lot of familiar faces, so I want to give you all an update. We've got a lot of new initiatives going on. I'm going to talk about the efforts that are ongoing to implement the statewide resilience plan, which was released a couple of years ago. Particularly our watershed-based resilience planning that's really started in this region as the pilot for what we're going to do in the rest of the state. Talk about some of our nature-based mitigation projects, and then I'm going to touch on Hurricane Helene recovery efforts as well. Okay, so SCORE. SCORE's mission is to lessen the impact of disasters on communities and citizens of South Carolina by planning and coordinating statewide resilience, long-term recovery, and hazard mitigation. That's set up in statute that created our office, and those three bolded words there are really how we kind of divide up our efforts, but of course they're all interrelated. A little bit how we got here and why SCORE was created. So in 1989 we had Hurricane Hugo and went a good many years without a very major storm. There were some additional storms, but the next really major storm was 2015, the flooding that happened then. And after that storm, the Disaster Recovery Office was created. And really we were focused on repairing and replacing homes for low to moderate income citizens. And while we were getting going on that program, helping impacted citizens, Hurricane Matthew and then Hurricane Florence came quickly thereafter. And so the Floodwater Commission was established. You heard Dr. Mulliken mention that this morning, to really look at how we get ahead of these storms and really think about how we build our state to be able to better withstand these events. One of the main recommendations of that Floodwater Commission report was to create the Office of Resilience. And so the Disaster Relief and Resilience Act was signed in 2020, creating our office. The other part of that act that you may be familiar with was an amendment to the Comprehensive Planning Enabling Act for local governments that now requires resiliency to be integrated into those plans. After that was signed, we officially began operating in fiscal year 2022, and were given a very short deadline to develop the first statewide resilience plan. And so a lot of the things, we gathered a lot of information quickly. Over 150 organizations participated, but really that's just a guiding framework for the work that really has to start in communities and that we would like to coordinate at the state level. As we were getting that going, continuing our mitigation and our disaster recovery from the prior storms, we had Hurricane Helene. So that's been kind of really the first test since the statewide resilience plan, and really has been a good opportunity to talk to communities about how you're building resilience for long-term, but also how you build back better post-disasters. One thing that was not included when we were created and in our statute was a definition for resilience. Resilience can mean a lot of different things in all interconnected sectors and systems, but from SCORE's perspective, we define resilience as the ability of communities, economies, and ecosystems to anticipate, absorb, recover, and thrive when presented with both environmental change and natural hazards, those long-term stressors as well as those acute events like hurricanes that we've seen so much. So next I'm going to touch on the statewide resilience plan and how we're implementing it. I like to call the plan my baby. I don't ask all my friends to read all 700 pages of it, but what's really important is just the principles that are there. And these are principles that can be applied to different practices, whether you're a local government, at a private industry, or anything like that. The purpose of the plan is to identify major flood risk across the state, primarily flooding, but also looks at other hazards, and then look at the potential losses that could occur. So we take that risk data over, different sectors that could be impacted, and then we see what our risk is. And then the purpose is to guide state investments to address those risks, mitigate those risks, and provide strategies to local governments to implement looking to the future. The planning principles that I always like to touch on that we use for the plan and encourage others to use in their own planning is, one, use high quality data. I've heard other sessions touch on FEMA maps today. FEMA maps do not show the complete risk. it's kind of backwards looking, and then it doesn't cover all the areas. And we also need to be looking at future data where that's available. Then once you have that data, it's really important to coordinate not only the data, but the efforts at the federal, state, regional, and local level. At SCORE, at the state, we're really kind of in that center where we're trying to coordinate at the federal level and get resources and guidance and information to the local level. We also recognize the beneficial functions of natural systems. So, of course, we're talking about our traditional infrastructure solutions, but we're also thinking about green infrastructure solutions and also things like land conservation to really allow the land to continue to have those flood mitigation benefits, especially protecting our wetlands and floodplains. This was something that was also mentioned earlier in an earlier session, planning based on watershed boundaries, not just jurisdictional. The water doesn't care where one town begins and the next begins, so really thinking about those holistic, large-scale projects that we can do and make sure we're not adversely impacting other communities when we make decisions. And finally, the thing that I think is the key to getting a lot of these efforts off the ground is to identify those co-benefits beyond flood mitigation that a lot of these mitigation and resilience projects can have. You see this with stormwater parks, with land conservation, just the real community and economic benefits that can occur when we do these things. This touches on the First Street data and the data we have available for communities to plan with. So the First Street data is what we use for the statewide resilience plan, and it's a forward-looking, more comprehensive flood model that includes coastal, fluvial, and flash flooding all together. I should have pulled an example from more of this region, but this map is of Columbia, and this big red dot there is the 5 Points Entertainment District. Not picked up on any FEMA flood map, but if you live in Columbia, it floods with just a raindrop, it seems, every time. And what we're seeing, and we're also ground truthing this with communities across the state, and what we're seeing is, as you would expect, people aren't experiencing as much flooding in the FEMA floodplain because a lot of them aren't there. Where they're experiencing flooding is on these kind of areas just outside of those FEMA flood zones and in those kind of fingers of the floodplain. And this data is available for any level of government within the state, as well as any contractor working with a government entity on a project. Some other things we're doing from a statewide level to implement the resilience plan is watershed-based planning and coordination. I'll leave the details of that to Karen, who will come up after me to talk about what that looks like. We're also doing a lot of data collection and coordination. So this is an example of a land cover data set we're working to get statewide. So the top is the kind of the data we currently have. It's really hard to see where you are. But in the lower image, that's the state house ground. So you can really make out where those developed areas and those green areas are. And that's very important as we put this kind of information into our models to make decisions and design projects. Another thing that SCORE is really trying to do to be a resource is to go after federal grants that advance the recommendations of the resilience plan. So the watershed-based coordination effort was piloted with a NIFWF grant. We're also involved in a couple other NIFWF grants. We have an EPA Solar for All grants. We talked about the energy grid. So that program is based on community solar to lower energy costs for citizens that enroll in a community solar program as opposed to rooftop solar. We also have a CPRG planning grant. So our resilience plan is really focused on climate adaptation. The CPRG is looking more at those greenhouse gases and voluntary, not regulatory efforts to think long-term about climate mitigation. And what was really important about that grant and why we're really proud to talk about it is one of the reasons we did it, went after that planning grant is because it opened the state up to a variety of other funding that was to be available through the CPRG implementation grants. And so we have $89 million coming to South Carolina for land conservation, focused on forests primarily through the CPRG regional conservation grant with several other states. And that's part of our larger effort. We have a priority model to identify lands across the state that would help with flood mitigation if they were preserved. So that's not just our floodplains, but also those areas with good soils that allow the water to absorb. So we're working with our other resource agencies like DNR and PRT to fund some of the acquisitions for those lands. All right, now I'll turn it over to Karen.
As Hope mentioned, my name is Karen Hardison. I am one of SCORE's watershed coordinators. I am excited to announce that we are soon to be 7. We just recently brought on 3 more coordinators, and we have 2 more joining the team next week. So to start off, some of you might wonder why we are following the watershed approach. As Hope pointed out earlier, it's one of the recommendations of the 2023 statewide resilience and risk reduction plan. And Dr. Mulliken also mentioned this morning about the Floodwater Commission report, again echoed by Hope, and that was also a recommendation to really plan within those watershed boundaries. And this is because water doesn't follow political boundaries. It doesn't stop at jurisdictional lines. And what one community chooses to do, the plans they make often impacts other communities, both upstream and downstream. So we really want to collaborate and coordinate with community members, bring them together, and form these watershed advisory groups to really collaborate on future development as we continue to see development pressures increasing throughout the state. Also, looking at this map here, we can see that South Carolina's hydrologic footprint is pretty large. It extends up to North Carolina in the PD, even into the tip of Virginia and the Savannah over to the west into Georgia. And because of this large footprint, one of the recommendations from SCORE was to have a coordinator for each of the 8 major river basins. So we currently have funding for 7. So 2 of us will be sharing the Savannah. I have the Salkehatchie and the Lower Savannah, and one of our newer coordinators, Shay, has the Saluda and the Upper Savannah. And the reason, again, that we are choosing to have a coordinator for each of these watersheds is to really go into these communities to develop relationships and bring people together. A lot of people in this room are people that we often collaborate with. It's been really a pleasure to collaborate with you all and see people coming together. We'll talk a little bit more about the program on the Salkehatchie, the Resilient Coastal Communities Collaborative Program. Landon Knapp from Sea Grants here. They're one of our partners. Kim and Lucas from Weston and Sampson and Jason from McCormick Taylor are also going to be helping us with those assessments as part of the consulting team. We also have been collaborating with TNC. I know Susanna's here. And then Aubrey Anthony from South Carolina Aquarium has come to some of our community engagement events and is going to be providing some of their flooded signs to get more community engagement and citizen science. So, at the Office of Resilience, we really try to be collaborative and work with a lot of our sister agencies and organizations to bring people together to really leverage all of these local, regional, state, and federal partnerships. So our main goals of watershed coordination, which I touched on a little bit, is really to help communities across the state become more resilient to environmental change and natural hazards by providing them with resources like high quality data, as well as different tools and funding resources. Some of the data that we've been fortunate to be able to provide also comes from another partner, Clemson University. Kevin and David here were talking about road elevation data. They have generously offered that up for the Salkehatchie watershed for this project and for other communities across the state. One of the other offerings that we have recently been, kicking off across the state are these Resilience 101 trainings. These started as a partnership with Adelaide Bates of the Shy Institute, who's working in communities in the Santee watershed and also in the Beaufort area, specifically, Beaufort and the town of Bluffton. And these started as a way to introduce kind of government agencies to the concept of resilience, shocks and stressors, what our agency does, different resilience activities in their communities, and resources and tools to increase their community resilience. Another tool that some of you may be aware of that we're really proud of, Andrew White, our GIS manager, helped put this together. This was another recommendation of the statewide resilience plan, was to gather the different data that we regularly use into a comprehensive mapping tool that's user-friendly. So any user can access this atlas on our website. There's also a great video tutorial that will walk you through the steps of using the different features. because not only can you visualize data on the map, you can also create your own maps with the different layers for flooding. And there are a multitude of layers. Some of them include boundaries, natural landscapes, conservation and open spaces, as well as hazard layers, including the First Street Foundation flood data, as well as social indicators. So please reach out to Andrew or go to our website for more information. And then, as Hope was mentioning earlier, that First Street data, which there'll be a QR code soon. If you want to access that data, reach out to Andrew. There is a user agreement. And as she mentioned, any governmental entity within South Carolina can have access to that data, as well as any organization that's working with a governmental entity. So this is just an example from the Charleston area. You can see Somerville, and also there's some hazard layers turned on and some facility lifelines, the SEMD lifelines, like hospitals and fire stations. And so this is really useful because not only do you see where there's the possibility of roadway flooding, you can also see where like fire stations might be impacted. And here is a more local example. You can see Okatee here and the flood in Bluffton and the different levels of flood risk. So this is a very useful tool, and we're grateful to be able to have this data and be able to provide it with communities throughout the state. As you can see, there's a 3-meter spatial resolution, and now it's at multiple scales. We have the 2023 and the 2053, and they've expanded it beyond flooding to all hazards. So if you're interested in requesting this data, you can scan this QR code or reach out to Andrew. And more locally, this is the program that Hope and I both touched on. So the South Carolina Resilient Coastal Communities Collaborative Program is our pilot watershed program for the state, and we did get funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation through NOAA. And we've partnered with South Carolina Sea Grant Consortium and South Carolina Beach Advocates to provide technical assistance to 10 communities throughout the watershed, which historically really haven't had the funding to be able to develop the plans to then pursue future funding. But the ultimate goal of the program is to have a watershed advisory group and a watershed planning handbook to bring people from the whole watershed together, again, to collaborate and coordinate on this whole watershed level planning, especially when it comes to like land use and development and kind of being on the same page like for zoning. In this process, we are focusing on nature-based solutions, public education and awareness, again, that watershed-based planning. And the goal is, again, to really like mitigate risk from flooding and other natural hazards and build community resilience. And recently, we have, I mentioned it earlier, brought on a fabulous consulting team. Feel very lucky to have Weston and Sampson along with McCormick Taylor and Biohabitats on our team. And we are going to be offering, hosting community engagement events over the next 4 weeks in the region. So if you're interested in finding out where those meetings are taking place and attending, please reach out to me or to Sophia Trumpy of South Carolina Sea Grant Consortium, and we can get you more information about those meetings. And lastly, again, here is the map of our hydraulic footprint, and these are our current coordinators. We recently brought on Amelia, Shea, and Britt. Catherine is our Santee coordinator who's been doing the Resilience 101 trainings in the Santee. She has 4 more planned for the summer, so if you'd like to find out where those are taking place, please reach out to her. And then Amelia, Shea, Britt, and our 2 watersheds who are joining us next week will be offering them in their respective watersheds throughout the state. So you can reach out to any one of us in the Resilience Department, and we're happy to get you more information. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Felicia and Lisa of our Mitigation Division.
All right, let's see here. I can do technology. That's awesome. Good afternoon again, everyone. I'm Felicia Lewis, the Mitigation Director at the South Carolina Office of Resilience. It is wonderful to see a room full of folks here really excited about this conference. I'll give you a brief highlight of our mitigation program at the Office of Resilience, and then Lisa's going to give you all the really good details about some of the projects that we have. I think that's what y'all are interested in mostly. Our current mitigation program is funded by the HUD Community Development Block Grant for mitigation. That was a legacy grant. It was the first time and the last time that HUD will do a standalone mitigation grant. With that grant funding, we are currently funding about 80 projects across 4 different program areas. Those program areas include plans and studies, federal funds match for local communities that need assistance paying that. It's normally a 25% cost share if they're awarded FEMA grants. We also have a infrastructure program for stormwater infrastructure and a voluntary buyout program. We are focused on helping communities identify some of their flood risks and methods for reducing those risks. And we built our program so that they could feed into each other and provide that resource for communities. So there are communities that have come to us for a plan of study so that they can determine what those issues are, identify some mitigation efforts, and then they come back and apply for an actual buyout to answer that or an infrastructure project. And again, most of our lower resource communities, to no fault of their own, sometimes can't even apply for other federal grant opportunities because they simply don't have the upfront costs and the 25% local cost share. So we're excited to do those programs. We also have ARPA funding, and there was a ton of ARPA funding following COVID. We have used that funding for mostly stormwater infrastructure projects, and that was a statewide effort. I will take a step back and mention that the HUD CDBG MIT funding was only for 17 counties in the state. The ARPA funding was statewide. We have a total of 17 infrastructure projects, and then we have the USS Yorktown, where we are doing some hazard mitigation work. We've done an assessment, and we're cleaning up some of the legacy fuel contaminants on the USS Yorktown, so really exciting work there. We also have some state funding. With that state funding, we have 2 mitigation projects that are just in the infancy phase, but we look forward to getting more of those projects. And similarly to the current mitigation program through HUD, we are going to offer infrastructure, voluntary buyout, plans and studies, and federal funds match funding from the Helene money that was allocated through HUD. So we will provide that same funding opportunities. The programs will look the same with the exception of we are only allowed to use that funding in 6 counties in the state. So the counties that HUD has identified as the most impacted and distressed counties from Hurricane Helene. We're gonna be out doing what we deem road shows. Starting the 18th of August, we're going to go and visit counties and local units of government to tell them how they can apply for that program and give them technical assistance so that they can submit some really competitive applications. They are competitive processes, and with a room full of all of our friends, I'll just remind you that those are competitive procurement opportunities for grant funding. So as you're working with some of your local units of governments and counties that you've built some relationships with, make sure you keep that in mind when you're helping them to identify projects and maybe also completing applications and things. So with that now, I will pass to Lisa so she can tell you about the projects that we have.
Let's see if I can figure out the clicker. Felicia made it look easy. So green infrastructure, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because if you're here, I assume you guys know what green infrastructure is. Otherwise, you're at the wrong conference. But thank you for spending your day with us. I do like this definition. It kind of provides another perspective, but through the ARPA money specifically, we can prioritize green infrastructure in our projects because it doesn't just transfer the stormwater away. It also has a couple on-site benefits, including water treatment, you also impact water quality, and in Colombia, we especially deal with the heat island effect. So where we can reduce those temperatures through evapotranspiration or shade, that is a benefit as well. Of course, a lot of times you have the recreational areas as well. And if you're McCormick Taylor, this picture might look familiar. Thank you. This is a project. The other picture is from this one. So this is the Fortune Springs Stormwater Park in Winsboro. It's a combined effort of McCormick Taylor did the brunt work of the engineering, and then it's Davis and Floyd that did the landscape architecture. This is a 8-acre historic downtown park, which has a really cool history, and I'm trying to think, but it was Davis and Floyd that like got into the history, and we worked really hard to keep the original footprint and story of the park alive. Also, in doing so, we are revitalizing some of the wetland areas there and reducing some of the erosion that's been happening by creating bioswales. Also, if I don't mention one of the projects that we have with you as our firm, we have 17 ARPA projects, and that would be a very long presentation. So I think I'm only covering like 4 in this. This one is Barbary Woods in City of Charleston. I was there yesterday and took a lot of wonderful pictures that did not get into the slide in time. But this was designed by Ardura, formerly W.K. Dixon. It is an interesting project because we are in a very tight area between 2 neighborhoods with historic flooding. The project itself includes a high flow bypass channel and then 3 wetland storage cells and a lot of native aquatic plantings. I believe it's also going to be like an educational area with signs, and there's a footbridge that's going to be connecting the 2 different neighborhoods as well. And then this is a project we have in Greenville County. It's kind of part of a longer plan that Greenville County has been working on. They did some buyout projects over the course of the past like 5 to 10 years, and now we've come up and worked with Wolford to do stream restoration at Little Creek and North Chastain areas. We're doing about 2,000 feet of stream restoration work, and then we're also doing combined almost 13 acres of reforestation in these areas that were bought out previously by the county. Last project, which is a different kind, I'm kind of covering my bases of the type of green infrastructure that we're trying to do at SCORE. This is right downtown Columbia if you're ever driving down Marion Street near Elmwood. It's right at that intersection. This is more of a water quality project in which we have 5 bioretention ponds, and we're upsizing some of the existing gray infrastructure. And that is in collaboration with GMC. I believe that's all I have. Is it Hope or B? Because this is not my territory.
Right, yeah, so a lot of what I'm going to talk about here may not be immediately applicable here, but it's really a pretty statewide impact from Hurricane Helene, and gives a little context of our background. So as I mentioned, SCORE was created as a disaster recovery office, and we have managed 3 HUD community development block grants for disaster recovery that have repaired, replaced, or rebuilt 3,459 homes. And this really puts the impacts of disasters in perspective and what we're doing all this resilience work to try to mitigate. So the house on the top you see there is people were still living in that home, which is kind of hard to believe. And people are facing the impacts of these disasters long after kind of the rest of the state moves on, right? FEMA kind of leaves after a bit, but there are people still left in homes like this. So what SCORE is focusing on is the long-term recovery. And so you've seen that in the prior storms, we were primarily in the PD. There's a little bit of work done in the upstate after 2015.
But with Hurricane Helene, we're really in a whole new region, and in a region that's not as familiar with dealing with the impacts. And just this year too, in the past year too, the upstate's also seen impacts from wildfire as well. But with Hurricane Helene specifically impacted, 28 counties were declared for individual assistance from FEMA. And over 400,000 citizens applied for FEMA individual assistance. To put that in perspective a little bit, that's more than the 3 prior disasters combined. And as part of our process to receive the federal funding, we completed an unmet needs assessment and found that primarily the unmet need left from this storm is housing. There's a lot of trees and homes, and once that happens, that roof is compromised. We see a lot more damage from rain and that kind of thing. There are also infrastructure and economic damage, is of course, but I do want to mention that that's $1.7 billion with a B in housing damaged as compared to the funding that we're receiving from HUD. HUD has allocated $150 million for the grant to South Carolina. Felicia mentioned that the mitigation program is limited to the 6 counties identified by HUD. And those counties are Spartanburg, Greenville, Anderson, Aiken, Lawrence. I think I caught them all, yeah. And so that's really limited funding. So also while we're deploying those state funding across those counties, the federal funding across those counties, we're also using some state funding. So the Disaster Relief and Resilience Reserve Fund is there to do some of those projects that we've mentioned already, implement the resilience plan, but also a portion of that is held in reserve for disasters like this. And so we'll be supplementing the federal dollars with some state dollars to be able to do some additional home repair and replacement, home replacement in the other counties that were impacted. We're also trying to coordinate disaster funding. So SCORE has also got funding through SC Housing, as well as Google to supplement this funding. The Google money is specifically in the Aiken area, but it's just an example of how we can bring in private partners. And with this disaster in particular, more than in the past, we're also coordinating with voluntary organizations. So those voluntary organizations can often get out faster than the federal funding and be a little more flexible. And I want to touch on the main way that we connect citizens with these programs, both our federal programs and those nonprofit programs, is through our disaster case management. So I get the question all the time, where is SCORE located? People see us here a lot and think we have an office here. We're mostly all in Columbia, but with Hurricane Helene, we are going to be setting up 4 field offices where we can have disaster case managers to work with citizens in the impacted area. And the number you see on the screen is a statewide number, and will connect citizens to a disaster case manager. So I know a lot of you are working with local governments and with communities, and so I would just encourage you to share that number out to get to those citizens that have been impacted. There are a lot of people that don't know about our program or that it exists, or get us confused with FEMA. So the more we can work through trusted partners like you all to get the information out is helpful. So our agency is growing a lot with this program, with over 130 more temporary grant employees. We're doing mobile intakes. If you have community events in any of the impacted counties, we can have disaster case managers come out and meet people where they are. And just so far, we've already been in contact with over 14,000 citizens for this program. And we really are a one-stop shop, so it's not just if they have housing damage, if they're needing food, or there were other kind of damages from the storm that they're still dealing with, even psychological needs. We have a big kind of bench of resources to connect people to. And instead of people having to call this number and then that number and then another number, this case manager can kind of guide them through and connect them to the resources. And going through that process already goes ahead and gets people in the queue for the housing recovery programs that we're going to offer. I know we've covered a lot. Here's how you can connect with us to hear about all of our different programs. Really popular on LinkedIn, but would love to see some love on the rest of our social channels as well. Thank you.
All right, anyone have questions?
Thank you.
Covered it all.
I guess so. All right, we're
gonna go ahead and break, and we'll be back in here at 2 o'clock for the next session.
Oh, yeah.
right, so for our next session, I'm happy to introduce Nicole Pell with the Nature Conservancy, and she's going to talk about the nature-based exchange.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Good to see you guys. My name is Nicole Pell, and I'm the Marine Program Manager at the Nature Conservancy in South Carolina. And today I'm going to talk to you guys about a collaborative effort called the Nature-Based Exchange that's been made possible with the help of many partners. So I'm going to walk you through how the exchange came about, talk about what we've accomplished so far, and give you a sneak peek on what we have planned. All right, so first things first, what is the Nature-Based Exchange? The Nature-Based Exchange is an initiative that aims to foster the widespread and practical application of natural and nature-based solutions throughout South Carolina to address problems related to climate change, biodiversity loss, water management, and social inequalities. It seeks to create feasible and equitable steps for the implementation of natural and nature-based solutions, and it focuses on promoting equity, community engagement, and environmental resilience as a way to increase awareness, access, and development of natural and nature-based solutions in the state. So I'm sure probably most of you guys know what nature-based solutions are, but quick refresher in case you would like one. The Nature-Based Exchange defines nature-based solutions, a lot of the same words there, but as methods that incorporate both the natural environment and engineered systems that mimic or work in concert with nature to enhance ecosystem resilience. So by providing benefits like flood, fire, and drought risk reduction, cleaner air and water, things like that. Nature-based solutions are a broad term. They're not bound to a specific region or ecosystem type, which is why we try to work throughout the whole state. Nature-based solutions can include habitat and ecosystem restoration, which can include practices like prescribed fire in forests, barrier removal in streams. It can include shoreline stabilization, think living shorelines, revegetation, and it can even include built environment enhancement from permeable pavements to green roofs. So back to our story about the Nature-Based Exchange. So the idea was born in 2021 after a conversation that Liz Fly at the Nature Conservancy had with Mark Wilbert, the former Chief Resilience Officer for the city of Charleston. Realizing there was a need for a concerted effort to bring like-minded NBS individuals together for collaboration, for education, for networking, Liz began to cultivate a small group of nature-based professionals in the Charleston area who were supportive of the idea and who could help launch the program into various circles of practice. Soon, the planning team had expanded, had expanded beyond the Nature Conservancy to include the City of Charleston and Clemson University's Resilient Urban Design Program. And it included the firms of Biohabitat, Circulus, and Robinson Design Engineers. So once we had this core group established, it was time to get out there, get beyond the planning stage, and start educating. So in early 2022, the team decided to execute a series of practical and outcome-based workshops to close the gap between conceptualizing ideas for nature-based solutions and developing practical and solution-oriented plans using them. These workshops were designed to be both practical and outcome-based, and they sought to bring together a variety of local partners to discuss and develop nature-based solutions. Planning for the workshop series began in January 2022, and the first workshop was held in May of that year. 7 workshops were held in total, occurring every other month through May 2023. The first workshop was appropriately titled Introduction to Natural and Nature-Based Solutions, and it provided attendees with an introduction and overview of nature-based solutions. Towards the end of the workshop, participants were asked to provide feedback on what kind of topics they would like to see covered in future workshops. The 5 winning topics included, in the order that we presented them, common messaging, planning, funding, equity, and design standards, which we ended up breaking into a 2-part workshop due to the large amount of content that we wanted to cover. Each workshop was slightly different, with most including a combination of presentations, panel discussions, and interactive activities or group discussion. and a few even offered some optional outdoor activities. Locations of the workshops varied in our attempt at reaching practitioners across the state. We had 4 in Charleston at Clemson Design Center, but we also had 2 in Columbia, one at the Riverbank Zoo and Garden, and one at Phillips Market Center, and then one was held on St. Helena Island at Penn Center. Some quick stats for you guys. We had 193 unique people attend the workshop series. 41 of those people returned for 3 or more workshops. We had 78 different organizations representing government, nonprofit, academic, and private sectors. And we had an average workshop attendance of 51 with planners, designers, engineers, scientists, and conservationists in the room. Before I get any further, I do want to pause and reflect on some of the key takeaways that came from the workshop series. So these 7 workshops brought practitioners from across the state together to learn about nature-based solutions, to discuss problems and opportunities, to brainstorm solutions, and to network across state, industry, and sector lines. And we found it to be a huge success. And its success in that first year really speaks to its timeliness, as well as the significant need for continued regional scale coordination, engagement, planning, and capacity building around nature-based solutions. So a few of the big ideas that were mentioned during the workshop series included the idea that people are key to making nature-based solutions successful. We're the door that stands between increasing their implementation and maintaining the status quo of gray infrastructure. But before we could change the actions and attitudes of others, we ourselves must change the way that we think and the way that we devise solutions. So to do this, we must break from tradition and plan and design in a way that incorporates all aspects of nature in order for our projects to reach their maximum impact. And we must also consider cultural and economic impacts of our projects if we really want to see them reach large-scale implementation. Future nature-based solutions, for future nature-based solutions to reach that desired large-scale impact, we must transition from discussing them and really start putting them into action and getting them in the ground. And so for the nature-based exchange, this looks like providing resources and education where we'll have the greatest impact. It looks like building workforce capacity, and it looks like co-creating projects with industry and community experts. After the 7 workshops came to a close, the planning team decided that because knowledge sharing was a critical goal of the exchange, we really needed to share information and ideas from the workshops to a larger audience beyond just those who attended the workshops. So with that idea came the idea to create several products and a celebration to launch them. So the Compendium Celebration was a public event where 2 different products were unveiled, the Nature-Based Exchange Compendium and Pocket Guide. The compendium was a collection of notes and takeaways from the workshop series, available in print and digital formats. I have the print up here. The compendium was designed to be a summary of all the workshops, highlighting the key concepts that came out of the presentations, the panel discussions, and the activities. It also included a pathway to NBS, an NBS matrix, and policy recommendations. And then you can think of the Pocket Guide, this little guy, which is, it's tiny, as a folded map to nature-based solutions. It provides a big picture overview of what nature-based solutions are, including a brief history and a definition, and it explains some key characteristics, such as issues addressed, benefits, types of projects. So the Compendium Celebration itself was really designed to encourage attendees to check out the compendium and the Pocket Guide, to network with one another, and to learn more about nature-based solutions from a few select vendors. And it also was just really trying to celebrate the forward movement of nature-based solutions in the state. But it did more than just celebrate. It was also used to usher in 2 important events, which was the launch of the Nature-Based Exchange podcast, Conversing with Nature, which I'll talk more about in a few slides, and And it also ushered in an invite-only think tank meeting where the planning team received feedback from nature-based practitioners on recommended next steps. So one of the biggest needs that was identified through the workshop series was that more in-depth trainings were needed in order to develop workforce capacity around nature-based solutions. Things covering topics from project development and design to regulatory authority, construction, and maintenance. These all-day trainings would go beyond the introductory material that was covered in the workshops and be a true deep dive into much more niche topics. Using two different terms, workshops and trainings, is sort of our way of keeping those original 7 kind of overview workshops apart from the focused learning trainings, topics that will be presented in the trainings. So the main purpose of the think tank meeting, which was held the day after the compendium celebration, was to identify these future training topics and to provide some context around what those trainings would look like. So the top 4 training topics, which were identified based on urgency and perceived helpfulness, included risk reduction and risk management, ecology and land use planning, urban stormwater using nature-based solutions, and native plant, soils, and habitat features. It was proposed that 2 trainings would be offered per year, and this think tank meeting was really helpful for the planning team to learn what topics were of most interest to practitioners, and it gave us a clear direction to move towards in the next few years. So we decided to tackle the native plants, soils, and habitat features training first, which was held last April. As a side note, we are also offering it on September 24th, and for those interested, registration opens next week. But this full-day training really dives into the living components of nature-based design, and it uses a whole systems approach to explore best practices for plants, soils, and habitat features from design through maintenance. For our second training, we got a little sort of sidetracked from our list after the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources approached us with the idea for a policy training. So a policy training was sort of on our big list of trainings, and with SCDNR's willingness to partnership, we decided to push this training next on the list. So we wanted to keep these trainings small and interactive, so we ended up hosting this one 3 times. The first one was in November in Charleston, the second was in February in Okatee, and the third was in March in Georgetown. And this training really explored strategies for developing local policies and ordinances that will best facilitate nature-based designs. So going back to our timeline, we've seen the nature-based exchange begin with an idea in 2021. We saw the completion of the workshop series and the celebration that followed in 2022 and 2023. And we've seen the trainings that have been offered since 2024. But what we haven't talked about is the podcast, Conversing with Nature. So the Nature-Based Exchange launched its podcast, Conversing with Nature, on November 2nd, 2023 at the Compendium Celebration. And the podcast seeks to explore the vital connection between people and the natural world with a special focus on South Carolina. Through insightful conversations with nature enthusiasts, experts, and environmental leaders, the show delves into how we can enhance our resilience to climate challenges using nature-based solutions. Each episode features one nature enthusiast, and the conversations range from policy to design, from the coast to the forest and back again. We've done 2 full seasons, and we're in the process of preparing for season 3, which will air this fall. Side note, if you have a topic that you'd like to see us cover, or if you or someone you know might be a good fit for a guest, please let me know. We're always looking for some new guests to feature. You can find the podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and Amazon Music. And, you know, while the trainings are really targeted at nature-based professionals, you know, those people who are working and living and breathing this stuff, or at least those people who hope to, the podcast is really aimed for a more generalized audience. So we want to make nature-based solutions approachable and understandable, and dare I say it, fun.
with 34 episodes and counting, there is an episode for everybody. So I encourage you to check it out. And that brings us back to today. So we're preparing trainings and we're working on expanding the reach of the podcast, but that's not all we're doing. I've already mentioned how we're bringing the native plants training back for a second course offering in September. We'll also be hosting an urban stormwater management training in the spring. What we're really excited about is the upcoming Nature-Based Exchange Symposium, which is a chance for nature-based practitioners to share projects, best management practices, and lessons learned. We want this symposium to be a place for those of you implementing nature-based solutions to have a platform to share what's working and what's not, get feedback and suggestions, brainstorm, and really explore the state of the practice. We are seeking presentations and case studies for our new digital library, which we're going to feature at the symposium. So I urge you to submit your projects if you're interested in featuring those. And just a little side note, on the digital library, we see this as being a collection of documents that provides a high-level overview of nature-based projects in the state. We'll be taking submitted information, and we're going to create a one-page spread that sort of talks about, where it is, what it does, what it costs, brief overview, just so that people can really get some context about what's happening in a brief and easily digestible way. And then thinking beyond the symposium, we are considering several other ideas, such as an art gallery featuring local art that draws a connection to nature and nature-based solutions. And we're hoping to partner with some established community groups to put on design charrettes with the ultimate goal of identifying and designing nature-based solutions for local communities. Those are just ideas, though. So if you have other ideas, let us know. We're open to partnership opportunities. So that's the Nature-Based Exchange in a nutshell. We're a small but mighty team, and we've accomplished a lot in the last 3+ years. If you're interested in getting involved or learning more, there's a list of next steps on the screen. And I'd especially encourage you to check out our website, where we have a whole list of resources, videos from all the workshops, digital products, information on the podcast, and that's where you can sign up for trainings and events. Before I close, I do want to give a big shout out to everybody who's made the Nature-Based Exchange possible, from our donors, our planning team, to all the many speakers and podcast interviewees, and to everyone who's attended an event or just forwarded an email from me onto somebody else. So thank you for your support of this initiative, and thank you for being kind ears to listen to me talk about it today. Thank you.
We do have time for questions. Anyone has any?
Sure, yeah. Big fan of your work. The compendium is beautiful. You have identified some next steps. In your partnerships through Nature-Based Exchange, have you all done installations or any sort of in the ground?
No.
Yet?
Nope.
Yet?
Not yet. Nope. Right now it's just education mainly. Yeah, we're hoping to do those design charrettes that I mentioned, but trying to work with established groups, and so that's a slow trickle. But that's the ultimate plan, is to eventually take that on to the next step. But right now we're just trying to educate, bring people together, and talk about stuff. But if anybody wants to put in a project, and let me know. I do have a few extra pocket guides with me today, so if you want one, let me know. Oh, Rebecca!
Sorry, I can't get enough of Nature-Based Exchange. We have extra time. I haven't listened to all 34 of the podcast episodes yet. Can you give us a sneak peek of what season 3 holds?
No. No.
Or your favorite episode from recent history?
There's a lot that I like. Recently, I really liked the one with Dale Morris. Dale was part of our planning team, and he passed away earlier this year, but it was a great episode. So it was a little sad, but very great. I really enjoyed that one.
There are a lot of others, and I can't think back beyond that one. So I'll leave us with that one. But I do have a whole list. There's a whole list on the website, and obviously, you know. Yes?
When you're doing this education and outreach, do you have, I'm sure there are many lessons learned, but one or two things that worked well or didn't work well when trying to engage and educate people on nature-based solutions?
Yeah, that's a good question. So most of the people we're working with are practitioners. They're not necessarily new to nature-based solutions, or they're open to the idea. So it's not necessarily the public who is a little different audience. So the people that we've worked with, very receptive. Each of the, as we're trying to do the trainings, we learned a little bit doing each of the policy trainings. We would learn a little bit more, figure out what was right and what wasn't each time. But I don't know, I guess know your audience is helpful. And, figuring that out for the workshops. And even the trainings going forward is something that we can always improve on, but it's helpful too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we're gonna take another quick break and we will start again at 2:35, so you get 10 minutes.